I appreciate that. It was spontaneous. Yeah, it was good session. Thank you. It's time. We should talk about what it would be in conversation with you. Yes. Yeah. Not this. Oui, bonjour. Alors, j'avais un plan de faire un deuxième break, mais on fait plus les deux en même temps. Donc, ça veut dire qu'on n'aura pas de break.
Okay, I think for the rest of the day, we're not going to have a break. So we are going to continue with the sessions.
So, on va commencer la session.
So let's start with the sessions. As it is said, to every Lord with every honor. So the organization of this event, it was made possible with the support of RTCI. And as you know, RTCI is the regulator of telecommunication in Côte d'Ivoire. And in different exchanges, as you've seen since yesterday, there were at time, we want you to know what is the regulatory framework that we are working in. So we would like to know what is allowed, what is not. So I think it was useful. So we think it was very important for the regulator to come and to let us know more about the regulatory framework. And maybe there are more perspective or innovation that are coming and that can be very important for the development of the internet, or the challenges related to the regional context that we cannot change. So I would like to invite our panelist, our presenter, to come introduce himself to the public, to the audience, and then we could start. Thank you very much. Can I have a pulpit for him? He is representative of the authority. We need to welcome him very well. Can we have a pulpit for him? So I would like you to introduce yourself to the audience. Thank you very much for the opportunity that was granted to me. Good morning to all of you. I am Yao Kive from the Regulation Authority of Telecommunication in Côte d'Ivoire. I am manager of the Department of Technical Studies, Prospective Studies, and everything related to the normalization activities. So my presentation this morning, as the moderator said it right now, will be about the regulatory framework. So previous slide, please. So it will deal with the regulatory framework and development of internet in West Africa. So I will not have the time to go through the whole Africa. I will just speak about Côte d'Ivoire. So the presentation will be around those key points. So we're going to present the institutions and the different mission of RTCI and the chain of value of the market in Côte d'Ivoire. So we would like to present some perspectives. So in introduction, so on the in an international case as in Côte d'Ivoire, so internet is a fundamental right. So internet is a fundamental thing in Côte d'Ivoire. So you may go on to the next slide. So everywhere in the world, so the stakes, the stake of digital inclusion are a priority in every government, worldwide or in a national level. So it's very important for each government in order to allow everyone who is not connected to get connected and profit from the different advantages of this new technology. So today, as for the different, one third of the world population is not using internet, and which is almost 2.6 billion of people of the inhabitants of the world. So the reason why this is happening are numerous, are a lot. So some people are in areas called white. We have also some issues with the costs. So the cost to access to internet. We also have the lack of skills. So most of our states, in most of states, there are some people who are not educated. So lack of education is also a problem. So as RTCI, so we work with the government, so for each citizen in order to get connected to internet and use it properly and gain access to internet with affordable cost. So in 2012, there were reforms that were taken in Côte d'Ivoire. So those reforms modify the law about telecommunication of 1995. We have a new set of rules related to telecommunications, and it's more adapted and take into account the technology evolution. So it goes around 4 entities. So first one, we have the states. We have our RTCI, which assures the fulfillment of this work. So we have also the AGR, and we have the National Agency of Universal Service of Telecommunications. So next, please. So the RTCI in 2012, so in the framework of this new law, so as new missions, as got a new mission, was appointed to do new mission concerning the regulation of telecommunication. So the different skills of the RTCE, the different responsibilities of the RTCE were spread. So they're now dealing with the running of different telecommunication. So please come back on the previous slide. So, a little further. Next slide, please. So, so the focus of all these missions, I would like, so about the new mission concerning the ARTCI. So the running of all those missions contribute to the development and access to telecommunication for the populations through all the country. Next, please. So today, so the chain of value of the internet is showcased as following. We have three key segments. We have the segment of national transmission. Internationally, we have subsea cables. The RRTC has taken a bunch of decisions in order to reinforce the competition on the market. So in 2015, we had only 3 subsea cables, and today we have 5 subsea cables. So the cost to access today's subsea cables was being lowered to 75%. So the coming of these new actors, those new stakeholders, reduce a lot the cost. So on the segment of the national transmission, we have different actors who are in charge to deploy the national backbone, and they deal with those infrastructures. And we have 7,000 kilometers of fiber optic, and 1,000 kilometers of those out of those 7,000 are exploited by telecommunication network. So we want to assure the connection, the backbone connection. So we also have EHS. So on about the last mile, we also have the classic network operators, Orange and Move, who have a global license, and that license permit them to work on the 3 segments. So those who work on the last mile are working with the different operators, and they are fully integrated with the global license, which allow them to work on those services. And on all those segments, we have different actors who are allowed. We have around 10 of them. So the license is given by the government, by the states, and the state is allowed to give the different license. So we have the internet provider. Next slide, please. So we have some decision and initiative of the IRTCI, and it contributes to improve the access to the telecommunication in Côte d'Ivoire. As I was saying earlier, the IRTCI took some measures. Took some measure to regulate the competition over the telecommunication in Côte d'Ivoire. We have 4 to 5 subsea cable in Côte d'Ivoire. So the RRTCI made some decision concerning the ceiling of the services internationally, which allowed to reduce the cost to access to the different telecommunication, So the costs of the final consumer also has been a lot reduced. So we also have determination decision concerning the key markets. So the goal of this is to regulate. So we put some guardians. So we put some measurements so that some actors may not abuse of their position. So we may keep a clean part. So it's an annual decision with some revisions. We would like to see if there are new markets. So and we call them key markets. So there's also a growth in competition by the introduction of new actors in the market. So apart from the three big operators, the RATC also took some decision concerning the different services in the market which allow the consumer to have some advantages, and it also reduced the cost of the internet. So if, for example, the consumer has not been able to finish has not been able to use his bundle, so it just not disappear. It remain until he can finish it. So there's also a follow-up on the different prices, so that the different actor may not abuse of the power. So we also want to make sure that the different prices given by the different internet providers are good and acceptable. So these are the different mission and action taken by the RATC. So there are also a bunch of action that RATC is running on the field every day. So politically, we have voted a new set of rules in 2017, and one the particularity of this law, as I said it in the introduction, is that it considers internet as a fundamental right. So it's also an obligation for the different internet providers to grant a great access to internet to the consumer with a good bandwidth. We also have the national strategy, the national digital strategy concerning the development of different infrastructures. So we also have the project PSNDA. So which also target the local areas in order to provide them with internet, with good working internet. So those local areas, most of them still don't have internet, so we are striving to give them internet. So we also, as initiated our different actions, we also have actions that we take in order to allow the different operators on the market to connect and reduce the cost.
So this is today's situation about the market, today's statistics. You can see this data on the website of IOTC. Now, sending us especially home internet, which is right now just at the beginning, still developing. Right now the penetration rate is 4.4%, and the mobile internet, which is the main way of access to internet, has more than 93% of penetration rate. Now, concerning the coverage rate for the 3G, because since we can have quite a good connection just with the 3G, there is a coverage of 98% for 3G and 91% for 4G. This is just for the local transmission with the private collaborators that have deployed more than 4,000 kilometers that support us for the broadband internet. You can see here in this board, we have all the capacities, all the subsea cables that come in Côte d'Ivoire and all about the participation rate of these. Now, for the access and use, according to an investigation that RTCE has been doing, the last one was done in 2022, and even right now there is an ongoing study. The results are still not available. So back to the investigation from 2022. So the results say that 38% of the population uses internet on a regular basis. Now, when we talk about internet use, we consider the amount of people who have been using internet for the 3 last months. So if you have used internet for like the last time 4 months ago, you are not taken into account. For the now, next slide. Now, talking about the use, this study has made it possible for us to classify the environment studies according to the age, to the professional status, and other details. You can see the different type of usage of the Ivorian population. Next slide, please. So what are the perspectives of internet development in Côte d'Ivoire? A short time ago, I was talking about the reform of the sector in 2012. With the ordinance on telecommunications of 2013, there is a brand new law. I guess you know about that will come and review this very law of 2012 that will take into account the new challenges and technological involvement. And our National Assembly has already adopted this law, and also our Senate. We are just waiting for the final decision from our head of state concerning the telecommunications system of Côte d'Ivoire. So in terms of perspective, if we want to have what we want as digital inclusion, we need to emphasize our actions on the white zone coverage so that the whole Ivorian population, all included, may have all the technological advantages. One of the strategies RTCE is using right now with the guidelines that have already been adopted is the infrastructure sharing, the active infrastructure sharing with national roaming. So these are mechanisms that will allow the operators to optimize the deployment or investments for the areas which are non-profitable, because we are not going to ask all the operators to stay in the same zone at the same time. What we do is we will allow one operator to be in one area, and the users of this very network will come and use them in that area. So we are not working on the passive sharing, and we're even now thinking about the deployment of 5G, and all those mechanisms will allow us to improve things in our telecommunication area. We also need to work on our TIC and chain of value, because, the market is quite liberal. We don't have a limited amount of actors, of parties. As many as they want, they can have access to the market to reinforce the competition and dynamism so that this market can continue to develop. And as I mentioned, we have planned the deployment of 5G network that will just improve that dynamic. Also in the framework of developing content and also literacy, which is also an obstacle to the economy, and also economic trust, which is something very important that we didn't talk about that much, but this is an aspect which is very important because some people may not be interested in everything related to digital because they don't have enough education, and they are, if they are not aware of the different risks they run by connecting themselves on the internet. To conclude, thanks to all these reforms and actions and initiatives from the government, from RTCI, a lot of headways have been made. You have seen the figures and numbers by yourself. So RTCI, as the authority and according to the missions it has been assigned to continue in the same perspective, to get to the digital inclusion, and above all, to allow the whole society to make the most out of the technological techniques advantages. So this was the presentation I had to give to you for the regulation framework. Now, if you have questions, I'm open. I'm ready for your questions. You don't just give the regulator only one round of applauses, at least two.
Stock. One time is not enough because we want more West African peering here, maybe active here, more event here, more support from them. So thanks a lot. Merci beaucoup pour ta présentation.
So thank you so much for your presentation.
In the room, online, one question. Une question, deux questions. Okay. Quand il y a deux, il y a toujours trois.
When there are two questions, there is a third coming, by all means. My name is Samsone Ibrahim. I just wanted to ask the questions about the data that the population buys, and also question about the population living the rural areas like cities like Bonduku, the villages which are rural, the villages which are modern, but they do not have the connection. So if you have a good telephone in these areas, they don't have the network they need, because even if you have a good phone, you're not going to be able to use it. If someone is ringing you up, you'll have to run to a specific spot to be able to pick it up. So what is the good solution? Because these areas that I've just mentioned are modern places. They are modern cities, modern villages. All the constructions, buildings, facilities, everything is modern. Because it is not a good thing to see that whenever someone is receiving a call, they have to run to a specific spot to be able to pick up the phone. So I just wanted to make you guys aware of it so that some solutions can be proposed.
For my friend who do not have translation, basically my brother say, so in Abidjan here we have high capacity, have beautiful smartphone, it work. But in some big village, maybe some kilometer after Abidjan or maybe somewhere, it's challenging to have connectivity. And if you want to have connectivity, you can have your smartphone, but you need to connect on the box and put the box on top of a house, maybe not a tree, but And when you hear that is ringing, you need to run faster and take it and reply. So maybe for him, those city is the big city with modern city, it's well done, but how we can resolve this situation, how we can bring them connectivity. So I think it is a critical question. So let our boss reply to this. Boss, over to you.
Merci, Monsieur Ibrahim, pour la question.
Thanks, sir, Mr. Ibrahim. This is a very good question. What I can say about that is, right now, the operators, when they received the license, they had a type of guidelines which goes together to the license they have. So they have a specific amount of obligations, the coverage rate which is expected from them. For example, let's say for this current year, you need to at least reach 90% of rate. So as long as the operator sticks to the rules, and since the deadline has not been passed, since the license has a specific date as a deadline, as long as the regulator, the operator is still sticking to what it has been fixed to do, there is nothing wrong we can do to them. Now, for the modern villages you are talking about, the operator has their deployment plan. There are some obligations which are fixed to the operators. So the operator fixes the deployment plan, and they are fully allowed to do it the way they want. What we just expect from them is that by the end of this specific year, we expect you to reach this amount of percentage. For example, as regulation authority, what we can do, I talked about RTCE or regulation authorities. RTCE defines the white zones. What are zones, white zones? These white zones are zones which are non-profitable for the operators. This village or zone may be modern, but still not be profitable for the operator. Let's say for a village that has about 300 inhabitants, and the operator has to pay a huge amount of money to deploy the assets in this village, it's not possible. So what they will do, they will put in priority the villages which are of interest to them. So whenever they finish doing it in the villages and zones that interested them, they will then go to the next one. And if it is not possible, then they will find another solution. And there is a mechanism that we call universal zone that we implement. And what we do is that we ask the operator to set up some mechanism. And even the government can give fundings for a specific part of these investments. I talked about national roaming. If it is not profitable for two or three operators to remain in the same zones, maybe based on the number of inhabitants, because some of the extra inhabitants will come and use the roaming to have access to the network. It's going to be very difficult. So to answer your question straight up, there is actually no obligation that we can give to the different operators. We cannot force any operator to do anything we want. But what you can do is, because sometimes the operator has not planned to deploy right now in a specific zone, but you can still report to the operator. You can even go and see the area's prefect or mayor. You can advocate for what you want. And, a short story, some people came to me and they said they wanted network in their area, and they said they did not have electricity there. And I said to them, it's not really easy for the operator to go in an area where there is no electricity. You can see that we are on a progressive process. Right now, we have reached the percentage of 98, and as long as time is going on, we will have full we'll have full control of the coverage. I think there is another question. I think someone wants to add to what you said.
On this particular subject of rural connectivity, and let me just share an experience, what happens in Ghana. The regulator, through a private agency, has set up another network called rural communication. Their focus is just addressing rural connectivity. So what they've basically done is to deploy solutions that are low cost. They run on solar. So about 2,000 of them that they are deploying currently, and they deploy it in communities where naturally no operator will go. And then they open it up for all other operators to roam on. So with such a strategy, you'll be able to address most of these areas that naturally no operator will go. And I think it's something that you can also explore.
Thanks a lot. Donc, ce qu'il disait, c'est que c'est une contribution à ce que il disait.
So it was just a contribution. In Ghana, there is an experience that the regulator has implemented, which is to set up a network especially for rural zones, for low-cost solutions that can use solar energy. And this network, since it is very cheap, the target public will be the areas where the operators have no interest of going. So, for example, if the operators can develop that type of networking, they can go there and have an impact in these areas, and this will allow everybody to have connection thanks to that alternative connection, because it is important that everybody stay connected. I think there was another question, if I'm not wrong.
Good afternoon, everyone. David Ezania from Nigeria. Just to contribute on what we've been discussing about, for rural communities, especially villages, communities that are underserved or unserved in terms of telecommunication connectivity services. In Nigeria, one of the solutions we profiled was to also push one of the solutions we profiled was to push for mobile BTSs to be deployed by these operators. So take, for example, Orange or MTN, they can move, they call it cell-on-wheel-based transceiver stations. They are very simple, very compact. You can commission it in 2 hours and then move it around the communities. It's easier for us to actually adopt this because through that, we're able to make sure that the fundamental right of internet provision for all the citizens, that they have that particular service rendered to them. And then another question I wanted to ask is, for your frequency spectrum, the one that you regulate for the operators in Ivory Coast, have you seen any situation where they violate your regulation? If they do, can you give us some examples and scenarios and what you are doing to fix that?
So, thank you. Donc, deux contributions à faire. Tu pourras réagir sur les deux. Donc,
so two contributions, you will have time to react to that. And so it is still about the rural solutions. He was proposing for the operators to invest in mobile BTS. So these are solutions. They come with a mobile BTS, and this will address the connectivity issues. So he was giving a solution. So it is an idea so that the investors may invest in those mobile BTS whenever there is a big need of connectivity. While we are waiting for the marketing study, this is just a temporary solution. So this is for the first contribution. And now for the second one was in the spectrum management. Has it ever happened to you, cases in which some of the guidelines or laws have been violated? And how did you go about this? Thank you, Mr. David. Now, for the mobile BTS, I don't have much to say about that, but this is something very interesting, of course. But the questions I'm asking myself, is it a sustainable solution? Because the moderators say that we can use it for a temporary period of time. We can deploy a BTS or mobile BTS for villages, for events, but can we do it on a sustainable level? Anyway, this is a very good solution that we will take into account for, especially for populations that need connectivity. Now, for the violations, no, I don't see anything. I don't remember anything. We do have a team that work, especially at the borders, because we have some interferences or roaming issues. So we have a coordination team. I'm not part of that team, of course, but we do have a coordination team that works, and we did the coordination, the deployment on the borders area. But at the national level, I don't have any information to answer your question. Now, we are just rethinking about the deployment of the 5G, because the frequencies that we think will be used are currently used by some regulators right now. So now we are discussing about how we can move them. So it's not conflicts. Actually, it's not violations, but it is just that we want to avoid users to have drawbacks from what we are doing right now. So we are kind of doing it in advance.
Okay. C'est Jean-Baptiste.
Thank you, Mr. Yao Kona. So Brice here has a question. So the session 2 will end at 12. And since you guys took the second break at the same time, I will just take 5 minutes of your time so that we can close the session, because we have another session that will involve the content. So Brice, real quick, please. Actually, it's just a contribution for the question that has been asked by one of our friends here about rural coverage. I think there are some processes which are ongoing. They do exist. In our case, we contacted Orange and we talked about that to Orange. They sent a team and they saw the weakness of the signals. They came, they did a study, and they set up a repeater that solved the problem. So in the village, they do have the 4G. MTN also did the same thing. So I think the solution is just to make a request with the chief of the villages or the head of the villages, so that they may get close to the regulators, and they will do everything they can to sort the problem out. Thank you, Brice. Mr. Yao, last question, and we close this session. Good morning to you. I'm Wilfried Nguesson from Côte d'Ivoire, and what I would like to know is for the regulators, is about the regulators. How about local roaming? So can the regulator give us some pieces of information about that? Thank you, Mr. Nguesson. Concerning local roaming, the guidelines exist. We do have existing guidelines, and this is what we call active sharing of infrastructures. We have a project team which is working on it right now with the operators. And today, I think that each operator So everything has been planned so that any operator that wants to do roaming makes the request to another one. I think there are some requests that have to be published to have access, at least for the providing of these services. There is a catalog that has to be provided. And so the guidelines are existing. And I think it is all in the hands of the actors and the operators in the market. Now, if IRTC is called for a specific issue, then if they want to have a possibility to do some roaming, that they cannot do it because of some issues, then RTCE will do the necessary work to solve this problem. Do you want to answer back to say something? Please give him the mic if he wants to say something. Please, can you please tell him to have the mic? When we are in our zone and we see the BTS or a specific operator that works and another operator's network is not functional, since we know that there is a local roaming process that has started me as a user, how can I do it? Can I go to the regulator? RTC actually cannot force any operator because actually roaming is a recommendation. It is not an obligation. So what we can do is we can tell that specific operator so that he can see another one, so that they can analyze the technical conditions to see if it is feasible. If it is not the case, then they are not obliged to do it. So the regulator is just there to define the technical lines, but the regulator's job is not to force or to push things too much. Now, as users, you have the power. Now there is portability, which is a thing. You can get close to an operator. Whenever there is a service they provide that you don't like, or you are in a specific area that is not covered by your operator, you keep your number. It is possible to keep your number, but it is just that you will not be on the same network as your origin operator. So it is just an example. So you have all those elements which are included in the elements that reinforce the competition on the market. You can also report to your operator and ask for a specific service in your zone. I don't know if I'm answering your question.
Dernière contribution.
So very, very last input, then we wrap it up and we're going to give the floor to Mr. Yao. And of course, we go straight to the panel on local content and sovereignty. Thank you so much. I am Sekaya Sant, CEO and ex-technical director of MTN. So just to bounce on the issues that were elaborated on the covering. So on the issue is that there is a competition on the market. So some other factors that also operators do lack is that if some operators have invested in a certain locality, for roaming questions, it is possible, but some technical decisions must be taken from all the technical directors. So in terms of covering for roaming, then it becomes a lever of competition for whosoever did the investment. So the national roaming will also drain a certain amount of a cost. So these are the reasons why, despite all the meetings that were held within the operators, the practical solution was not implemented. Then for the covering today, the speaker talked about the non-insurance and so that did not have internet. So we must have goals to say that in Côte d'Ivoire we have to reach a certain number of people, even if the specifications say something else. So then the other levers that the speakers said, these are exchanges between populations and different companies who are into telephony, because in Côte d'Ivoire they may not have a locality that has the potentialities and that is not covered. So by feeding back, providing energy element, there is a school, there is an administration, all these details will permit the operators to implement them in their plan and also do the deployment as time follows. Thank you so much, Mr. Seka. Thank you so much, Mr. Seka. So, Mr. Yao, your final words, if we do have, in order for us to wrap up the session. Just to thank you for the opportunity that was given to us to talk about our job, and we rely on you as regulators. Our approach this day is to regulate, to do inclusive and participative regulations, and we need all the stakeholders talking about the decision taking. So in order for us to take the official case for getting and reaching our goals, which are ours. So thank you so much, and I wish you a good continuity. Thank you so much, Mr. Yao. So we, social society, we are the one thanking you for the opportunity. And also with all my friends here, my brothers here, we know that we can come and knock at the door of operators so that some issues can be solved, and you enabled us to know more about some missions and some regulatory decisions that permit us to have access for the huge, for the greatest amount of people. As journalists to say, with no transition, let's go for the last panel before the launch. So on this panel, I have two panelists. I have with me Napoléon that comes C-Square. Napoléon, soyez le bienvenu. And Wouter, who comes from Amplis.
Voilà. Donc, avec mes deux panélistes, on va.
So with my two panelists, let us discuss a subject that we heard in some discussions yesterday, and we heard all the content. So it has to be local, and where it has to be, why must it be there, and how do we bring it about? So I have with me two panelists who together will present themselves, and later on we can discuss on the issue.
So good morning. Oh, sorry. So I was saying that our panel will be on content and sovereignty, local content. So since here we hear about content, local content. So maybe basically what is local content, how we make it local, what are the strategy to get it here. So I will go through this large question with you. But before, I will invite you to introduce yourself to the community. So, starting by Napoleon.
Bonjour tout le monde.
Good morning, everyone. I am Napoleon Mengot, and I work for the C-Square company as a group strategy manager based in Nairobi.
Thanks.
Bonjour à tous.
Good morning, everyone. I am proud, and I work with AMSIS in Holland.
Thank you. Vous parlez très bien français. So basically, so your perspective, your organization perspective, can you define a little bit what is content or local content? And so from your perspective, and how your organization can contribute to make it relevant for our community.
I think Mohammed Rudman yesterday touched on it well. If we look at the internet, or if we look at the ecosystem, we could say on the one side there's the access networks, a lot of ISPs that provide access to the internet, and on the other side there's the companies, the organizations that provide some sort of service, whether it's Meta, whether it's cloud storage, whether it's anything. So we kind of define that as content. So content is like a broad definition because we put a lot under it, just to make that separation between one side of the ecosystem and the other. So within that content, you could segment again into all kinds of different segments or clusters. And if we think about local or regional, we could think about international content being stored or surfaced in the region, or it could be local content in the sense of it something being generated locally. If we think about Netflix, for example, local films, those kind of things.
Thanks a lot, Walter. So from Napoleon, from your perspective, how do you think that, based on your experience and your organizational experience, what could be the thing what could be, for example, how to link data center and how you can contribute to push data through infrastructure and data center, or from your perspective?
So thank you very much, Ibe. So I think like Walter alluded to, you have the ecosystem where you have different players at different levels of the ecosystem, from your mobile network operators to internet service providers. And then after that, you have the consumers who sometimes are also the creators of the local content. What we've seen, I think, over the last maybe 20 years is because of the evolution of, let's say, the continent being at a slower pace than the other continents. Most of the content produced and consumed here is stored elsewhere. So we're now getting to a point where the amount of data centers are increasing quite exponentially. Hence, the local content created here, we now have a good opportunity for that to be actually stored here, as well as consumed here, consumed out of the continent. So it's quite good progress we've seen in the last few years.
So is there any kind of strategy, maybe you are using currently to bring those content from our side to the continent? And so is there something you can take more about to the community?
Yeah. Last year, when we started our operation in Lagos, I did an analysis of the global content providers. And I took the top 250 most publicly peered content providers, so connected to internet exchanges. So if a content provider puts a cache into an ISP's network, we wouldn't see it because it's considered private. So the top 250 most publicly peered content providers in the world, and Cloudflare is number one, Meta is number two. If we look at the continent Africa and we look at the trends of these content providers, all of them, no one singled out, all of them moved to South Africa first. It probably has to do with the economy, the fact that it's furthest away. It's probably considered stable. And after South Africa, the next jump typically they make is east Nigeria and west Kenya. And from there, it starts spreading. Now, out of the 250 top most peered content providers in the world, and I did this last year, so probably the number increased a little bit. Last year, 41 made it to Africa. So only 41 landed in Africa. Out of the 41, only 15 landed in West Africa. And out of those 15, only 5 made it to multiple countries in the region. So there's a lot of work to be done to pull these content providers into the region. And realistically, we have to if we look at the trends, we can already predict who the next ones are going to be. I think today it was announced that TikTok is coming to the region. We've seen them as well. There are some other ones. We expect some other CDN players. You know, it wouldn't be fair to name their names because I don't know if they like it. So let me be careful with that. But we see a lot of we see some of the larger names making the move. Now, the other thing, and what we're trying to do, and this is probably, you know, my personal value add or at least mission for the region. If we can work together and aggregate that demand, we can try to accelerate that decision making of these content providers to make the jump to West Africa, and you know, from there peer with, you know, in multiple countries, and we can leverage some of the relationships we have globally. So you know, that's where a lot of my focus is, to, you know, call these guys weekly. Some of them are kind of done with me, and I keep saying, guys, you know, you have to take your responsibility. You know, come to the region, and some of them are in that decision making still. You know, do I have a business case to put caches in West Africa, for example? So we're also designing, or we have designed a program, you know, where we want to accelerate this process by remote peering some of them from South Africa. Now, it would be easy to connect our operation in Lagos to our operation in Amsterdam, but that's exactly what we don't want to do, because we will make it very easy for partners to stay in Europe, you know, and cheaply or freely peer in West Africa, but we want them to make that jump. So we have to be, it's a bit of a balancing act between facilitating them to get their services out here in the region, and on the other hand, not make it too easy for them, because they will never make the jump. So.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Wouter. So maybe the question in Nave's word to Napoleon. So based on your experience deploying infrastructure, do you think there is some challenge or regulation or any other kind of challenge who can be, I think, it could not be in favor of this data, I think, coming back in Africa? We saw that there is a potential, but do you think that we could be facing some challenge with based on our experience in infrastructure deployment?
Thank you, GP. Yes, definitely. I hope this is working. Yes, definitely there are some challenges. I think that Hello? Good. So I think the top 3 challenges we face are funding, policies, and lastly, reliable power or reliable. Right. Do you have a question?
You have a question? So go ahead and she will take.
So we have policies, funding, and lastly, reliable power. For the policies, thank you. For the policies, what we realize is every country has their own policies. And I think when people like Wouter and myself travel around and speak to different regulators and policymakers, we try to at least get them to be coherent such that their policies are, say, lawful, fair, and transparent to a certain extent. This way, the environment becomes conducive for those with the funds, because they are the ones that normally propel any organization to come into a country or a region.
Thanks a lot, Napoleon. I think Porsche have a question. I think pick one, fast track mode. On est content d'avoir une voix féminine depuis le matin. C'est pour ça que je casse le protocole.
Bonjour, MSC. I have a question for Wouter. And I guess as an African woman that's working for a German company, it also applies to me as well. And I have my own answers, but I would like to know from AM6, with regards to the work that you're doing, with regards to, you know, providing local content in Africa and extending the work and all of that, how does the African continent benefit from that? Because at the end of the day, AM6 is a European company. How is it back to the African continent, the people that go to do the work in Africa, the people that are actually providing the services in Africa. How is AM6 handling that, and how is it benefiting the continent at the end of the day? Is there any benefit, or is it, we're providing a service from Europe and it's coming into Africa and it's less costs for the consumer, but at the end of the day, the people that are actually hands-on in Africa are not actually making any benefit in terms of the workforce and all of that. So that's my question.
Thank you, Portia, for this valid question. I'd like to think that if we don't deliver value as a company or as an organization to the region or even the continent, we should leave. And that may be a bold statement, but I think it is true, and it is true for us. So what we try to do is we're trying to bring knowledge. We're trying to cooperate with local partners to transfer that knowledge to. So instead of building internet exchanges in every country in the region, because we could do it ourselves, we prefer to work with local partners and support them. If we can support in lowering the barrier for content providers to move to the region, and on the other side, hand it to internet exchanges in Ghana, in Ivory Coast, in Burkina Faso, in Cameroon, I think we are delivering something to the continent. Now we are a for-profit entity, but we have a non-profit shareholder. So that means that my shareholder is not interested in profit. Yes, I need to be financially sustainable. As a company, we have to. If we don't make money, we can't invest. But at the same time, if we create a surplus, we should be able to spend it and give it back to our shareholders. And specifically for Africa, for West Africa, we've created a fund, and I'm not going to go into a lot of detail because we shouldn't talk about it too much. But we've created a fund where we can give back to the community. So as far as I'm concerned, there is no dollar going from West Africa back to shareholders in Europe. So yes, we truly like to add value, share our knowledge, work together. And if we're doing a bad job, let me know and I'll go.
Thanks, Dr. So maybe question for you. We know that we talk about IXP, but bringing main data, main content in the continent need also some facilities. So for you, how country can prepare themselves for those who are not ready with a lot of facility? So what is the basic thing people need to invest on or to be able to welcome? Yesterday, we were talking about power outage in some case in Nigeria. Is there any requirement for data center or those kind of things? Because content mean also those things. So what is your thoughts on that? That's in by Napoleon.
Thank you. I think the one advantage we have, probably not just in Africa, but on Earth, is that most countries don't move at the same pace. So from my experience, whatever any country is trying to do, there's a case study that another country not too far from them has done. Whether it be power, data center, data sharing, internet connectivity policies or regulations, you just look around, look at your neighbor most of the time in the region, if not look around in any other region that has a better connectivity, accessibility, and affordability, and just mimic what they're doing. Sometimes the regulators or policymakers, we encourage them to have meetings with other regulators. Sometimes we bring white papers or case studies from other regulators to share with them, just to say, I wouldn't say educate, but keep them informed of what's going on around. So at least they know that, yes, the way they're doing is one option, but there are other options, and these are the effects if they choose to use other options.
Thanks a lot, Napoleon. So, any comment from Wouter? And we can take more questions. So feel free to intervene if you have questions, because it maybe let's take some question. So sometimes we say lead it first, but lead it first in the second line. So let's start with Brice before. Okay, this gentleman boy.
Bonjour. Hi again.
Good morning.
But this time also speaking on behalf of Ingzere as a community volunteer. So what I want to find out from Leo is within the Ivory Coast region, how have you found, the growth with regards to partnerships with telecoms, or especially with companies that are from outside of Ivory Coast, like M6, as an example? How have they contributed to building the internet connection here in Ivory Coast? And with regards to local content, has that made it better? Is there still more work to be done? And how much work is still needed to be done? Because at the end of the day, these kinds of events bring us here together to address these issues, to raise awareness, and also to get internet operators, internet exchange points, data centers to work together to make sure that at the end of the day, Ivory Coast is benefiting from the work that we do as an internet community. So that's my question. What is the benefit that you've seen so far, locally and from the international sponsors? And what do you hope to see from this event as the first physical event that we've attended as West African Peering Forum?
So thank you again, Portia. Lex Optics. I've only been here since Sunday, so whatever I have seen is over the last 3 days. So anyone feel free to jump in and correct me. But normally when I look at, let's say, the impact any external organization brings to a country, I normally have 3 different matrices when it concerns internet connectivity. So first of all, accessibility, affordability, and then job creation. So from the last time I was here, which is probably about 6 years ago, and from the few discussions I've had since I got here, there's always definitely a lot of work to be done, but there's so much progress that has been made. I think Walter can agree. There's so much progress that has been made, and I think we're moving in the right direction. I think Ivory Coast or Côte d'Ivoire is quite well placed, so surrounded by countries that actually have a good track record for affordable quality internet connectivity. So, I mean, that's why we're here today, C Squared, just to also do some analysis, and it's looking quite fruitful. So I think within the next maybe 12 to 18 months, you can ask the question again and you probably have the answer before you finish asking the question. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Hello again. My question is about how do you see Africa is ready or Africa is weak to have his own continent? If yes, Africa is ready to have his continent, why we are not having it? Why we are not calling have our own continent? Or why Europe are not bringing it here? Is it something to, to control, or because we all know that internet continent is one of tools that people can use to control a continent and to punish some continent with the content like that, because we can just cut everything about the internet, the banks, things, and say that you have to regulate this before we bring it for you. So if you think that Africa is ready, so why we are not having it, or why we are not, beginning to have it? And if Africa is weak to have, that Africa is not ready, why? What Africa have to do to be also ready and have this own and have his own continent? Thank you.
I think it's a really interesting question, and I guess there's multiple ways to look at it. Now, if I look at the different regions in the world, in our world, I'd say Europe is probably furthest ahead, together with North America. Then Asia Pac is relatively close behind it. Then there's Latin America, and then there's Africa. If we look at the trends as to where content providers are, so I guess it's a timing thing in itself. We just know that we're a couple of years behind the curve. But the good thing is, when you're behind the curve, you can leapfrog some issues, and we've seen that in Africa. Now, if we think about Africa having its own content or its own systems, I will tell you, Europe doesn't have it either. I mean, in Europe, we use Microsoft. In Europe, we watch Facebook. In Europe, we use Oracle. So a lot of the content comes from the United States. And there is discussions going on in Europe about Gaia X, creating a regulated internet for Europe by European companies. Europe is extremely dependent on the US on the one side, and we see China in multiple markets coming up very strongly across the world. So I don't consider it a matter of weakness of Africa, of not necessarily having all the content or all the inventions local, because you can make use of the good things that are invented in some of the other parts of the world. Again, as Europeans, European countries, they do exactly the same thing. So I don't consider it a matter of weakness. Now, I do believe that while Africa is a few years behind in the trends, it is good and it is important for the economies in Africa to develop itself, because ultimately that's where you, as an economy, become strongest. So having local companies doing local business in country and in the region is extremely important. And I think education, and I'll attest to what a discussion I had with Mohammed yesterday, education and sharing knowledge is extremely important for any country or any community to be able to stand on its own feet. No, I don't think it's weak.
OK. Yes, Mohamed, I will go. Alors, moi, je vais parler en français pour donner un peu de boulot
So I'm going to speak in French in order for the translator to work a little bit.
I think you need a headset, right? I got to translate. Oh. Anyway, I'll try to do it in both languages then.
Okay, so I was just saying, so I'm just going to watch the content problem differently. There was a time where there was the emergence of different blocks, and each young student had its own block at its own side, where it was drawing his habits, his attitude, his friends. And if we have a population of 25 million inhabitants with 500,000 students, so you have a potential 500,000 people using different blocks. So that is content, and this content is local. But the problem is that those persons cannot host those pages at home because the content providers does not give them a public IP address. So they cannot have a browser, a local browser. Even if the operator give them a public IP, it's hard for them to work with it. But the reality is the type of internet we are using here is the first blockage to the local content. So this kind of IP keep us from having our own content at home. So I would like you to watch it on like this. There are local content everywhere in every country in the world. The problem is with the localization of the content. The price of hosting in Africa make the hosting of the content really, really costly. So I have to stock them in Europe. I have to stock my informations in Europe, my daily information in Europe, because it costs really high to host them in Africa. For example, we have in Côte d'Ivoire, the RTCI is creating a framework to end easy things. The government is creating a data center, and Orange has its own data center, and MTN as well. So we're talking about the autonomy, the energetic autonomy, and we have different sources of energy. And thanks God, we don't have issues related to energy. So in all West Africa, how those data centers can be profitable with the contribution of the ISP for the content produced by the Ivorian to be hosted in Côte d'Ivoire. So we also have the issue of the type of internet. How today AfriLink has 1,200,000 and IPV has less. So it's really, really, really hard for the different customer we have to have a good internet. How the data centers in partnership with the different IPV can work together to maintain the content produced by the Ivorian who have the content that are hosted elsewhere in the world. So that's why I want you guys to orientate the discussion.
I hope that I will translate clearly. So so let me try and you can complete. So basically, Breeze want us maybe to see the content issue in another angle. So for him, maybe thinking some year back when he was young. So everybody have his own blog where you can put your fun thing, talk to your friend, your food. I think your fun thing, all data you want to publish publicly was there. And for him, for a country like Ivory Coast with, I would say, 26 or more than 26 billion population. So it means that we have around 500K students, and those students can produce content from their blog, and it is a local content. But the big challenge here, and where he needs us maybe to talk about, is to see how this content can be hosted locally, because people don't have local hosting facilities solution. And all those blocks have been pushed out on external or out of Africa of hosting facilities. It means that those content are out. So for him, how now we can maybe have a kind of synergy with all those people building data center in country, you have regulator, you have service, universal service fund solution, you have government himself. It's like you have MTN, Orange, I will have a ratio. All those people have data center, but how people can host data locally when there is a lack of IPv4 from Africa for all of them, how maybe we can maybe highlight IPv6 contribution to push everyone to have their own, I would say, hosting facility here. So it means that instead of maybe pushing only in one side, but maybe we can also see this angle and how you think that this perspective as maybe data center or infrastructure owner or ISP operator, how we can push this in Ivory Coast with on server, on hosting, I would say national hosting. How we can do that? Michel? Before the reply.
Okay. Hello, hi.
Alors, mon nom est...
Okay, there are three kinds of contents, right? When you say local content, there is local content that is generated locally for local consumption. So it could be a local language that they generate a website and it's meant for local consumption. There is local content that is created and generated, but it's meant to be distributed globally. Like all the music industry, the movie industry from Nigeria, from Abidjan, is not only meant for local consumption, right? Then there is an international content that is created that is meant for also for local consumption. That is like all the TikToks and the rest that you also want to get that locally. I think the focus for Africa should be on local content that is meant for local consumption. So we are in Ivory Coast. We have 28, 30 million people. What is the number of registered domains under .ci? That's the beginning. You have local companies, you have local universities, you have local institutions, government organizations. Do they even register .ci? If they register .ci, do they host the content within Ivory Coast? Because for every company that is registered within Ivory Coast, 80% of the traffic is supposed to be within this country, maybe 20% out of Ivory Coast. But that content is still hosted outside Ivory Coast. So the challenge is that most of the African countries, even if they want to host locally, the challenge is the high cost of local hosting. And that's what he raised. Now, this is a multidimensional problem. One is the regulatory environment. Is government actually allowing data centers to thrive? What are the opportunities in terms of funding for those data centers and for hosting companies? If you are a hosting company outside of Africa, the OEMs, the manufacturers of all those servers can give it to you, you pay in few years. Most of us in Africa, when you want to buy your handset, you do an outright purchase. If it's $1,000, you pay the $1,000. But if you are outside in Europe and the rest of the world, you pay it on a monthly basis, right? And therefore, if you want to host in African continent, you need to go outright and purchase those servers. Those servers depreciate, and therefore, if you bring them into the continent, it means you have to charge much higher for the hosting for you to get your revenues back. So while they are way ahead of us in America, in Asia, and in Europe, is because they have economy of scale. They have thousands and millions of domains that are hosted, and therefore they are able to scale. They are able to order thousands of servers. So what I would say is, for African continents, the government need to really intervene in this and provide the necessary support, regulatory interventions, financial support, low interest loans. In Nigeria, I don't know here, but when you want to take a loan, it's as high as 35% interest rate annually, which is not sustainable for any business. Unless if you are doing a short-term business of bringing oil into the country or anything that is within 3 to 6 months that you pay back those loans. But if you're an industry or where you want to do an IT hosting, you can't do that with that. So government needs to provide the intervention funds, and the citizens also needs to be patriotic enough to, buy their local domains and ensure that those domains are hosted. Sorry, I have so many things to say, but I don't want to take your time. Thank you. Thank you.
This afternoon, there is, I think, one talk on the CTTLD. So we'll see the statistic or how many domain name on .ca have been live, and I think they will for sure invite people to order one. So any comment before we take one from Portia?
I think Mr. Rodman did really well.
Okay, thanks, Rodman. So we do have a few minutes, so I think one more question from Portia and and one comment from Brice. So.
Merci. I just wanted to highlight the importance of events like this, West Africa Peering Forum. We also have network operator groups, which contribute to, building the internet within the different regions within Africa. So this event is specifically dedicated to West Africa and peering. So we also have NOGs, which provide knowledge for telecom groups or internet providers. So those are important organizations within the community, which a lot of volunteers like myself, ISOC is also one of the main sponsors that help to organize these events. But Flex Optics is also very keen. M6, a lot of the companies that are sponsoring this event are actually a lot of companies that contribute to having conversations like this, where we can actually resort and find resolutions for questions like the gentleman has brought forward with regards to local content and it being hosted elsewhere, and how we can make that cheaper for the local people, but also how we can make it available locally. So from a NOG perspective, and not from a peering perspective, I'd just like to encourage you guys to also look into forming a network operators group where the telecoms can come together and talk about what the challenges are with regards to the content that is coming in, or what are the costs that is for the region, as well as, of course, peering, which is relevant to this forum. So definitely with ISPs, data centers, and all of that, it's really important for us to gather and actually come to these events and actually discuss what the issues are and find resolutions, both from local and international region. At the end of the day, we're trying to build a global internet community. So that's my comment.
Thanks a lot, Portia. Donc, Portia sollicite ou nous.
So, Portia say beyond this kind of forum, we can also organize in a technical group of users. So what we call NOC, network operator groups. So this forum served a discussion platform, but we can also discuss more frequently by organizing ourselves by. So she's a volunteer in a NOC in South Africa. But she would like to see if there is a sleeping knock. We need to wake it up so that we can keep on discussing over the different issues so we may find a solution. There are different types of internet community. So we have a technical group of internet users, and we need to gather together to discuss issues and in order to solve the different problem and find a solution. Chris, had a last question or a contribution you would like to bring on the table?
Today I'm to be, in friend zone. So, but anyway, so the comment I want to make is that I think that what we are all saying is we're all going the same direction where we want to find a way, want to give the possibility for local people to be able to host what they are doing, the content locally. And as Mohammed said, we also have this type of content that we want to be open to the to the world. But for this content as well, we want to be able to host it locally. And this is the major issue that we are having here, and it's very expensive for guys here to host locally. And this is the reason why we have local, as I said, we have local stuff. Even we have local data that is meant for, we are creating local data meant for international, but we want them to host them, to have them here, but unfortunately it's very expensive. So government, regulator, and as I said, all those data centers that are coming there, that are coming in Côte d'Ivoire, must see how to work together to like reduce cost and to make it very easy for community member to just connect, create its own page, rent a VM, etc., etc. So this is how we can increase this quantity of data locally, and this is how we are going to attract the biggest, the content providers, because they say, okay, those guys, they have and ISPs, they have, they have local organization, they have a lot of data. We can see the traffic going around. So it can be good for us to come and, do any cast with them, etc., etc. So this is the message that I want to, get out there. Thank you.
We do have, I think, 4 minutes for the end of the session, and I think from this special, maybe what is your last comment for the community? So, yeah. To summarize, what you want to do, what is the key message for the community from your perspective?
Well, specifically to Bryce's comment about hosting locally, apparently there is a big opportunity somehow, to have hosting companies in the region or in the country. We are an IX. We are a switchboard, essentially. We connect people. But I could only imagine that, either you would look at some of the, let's say, successful hosting companies in other parts of the world, whether that's Europe or the US or Asia, kind of copy the model. That would be an option, I guess. And also back to the comments that it's expensive. I think by collaborating, you can create these economies of scale, which ultimately make it possible to do an investment together and bring down cost. I mean, exactly the same happens for connectivity, for example. I think connectivity in the region is a big issue. If there's content in Lagos, whether it's with IXPN or with us, it doesn't really matter. The fact that it might be more expensive from Ivory Coast to get it in Lagos than to get it in Europe, there's something wrong. There is something wrong. It should be cheaper. It should be faster. But also, and this is where, I guess there's a responsibility for those involved. The business should stay, in the region. This is why I commented earlier, I'd prefer to get content remote peered from Cape Town than from Lisbon. Although Lisbon is probably easier, but it's, it kind of feels wrong. So cooperation really between countries, between companies, between, the building blocks are here. A lot of the building blocks are here. So yeah, make it happen. And again, let us know, where we can, if and where we can contribute.
So, Napoleon, same question to you. So, we see several perspectives on local content issue. So, what is your key message for the community moving forward?
So I think moving forward is in line with what Walter and Boris just said. It's good to create an ecosystem. I mean, I believe art imitates life. So I'll give you a good example. Since I got here, I've been drinking, is it Ivoire, which is local content. So at least you can see, taking it from art to the life side of things. But it's what Walter alluded to. Sometimes to download a Nigerian song, I'm going to guess from here, you're probably going to have to get it from a data center that's in Lisbon or London. Whereas I'm sure the artist is just a few kilometers away from you. So the key stakeholders have to get involved. Everyone has alluded to the same stakeholders, funding. But I think the bottleneck in every country we've seen starts with the policy, not even the regulation, the policy. I saw some government officials here yesterday, but I don't believe I recognize any of them here. But that should be the message. It starts with the policy. First of all, you have the policy for national business. Then you have the international trade laws, which I'm not a government official, but sometimes they appear to the layman more like obstacles than, than facilitators. So once the policies are right, then you attract the right funding. And then eventually, like a turbo boost, you get the right traction and the ecosystem is formed. And from one data center, you move on to 10. And before you know, you're at 50 data centers within the region. That's just how it works. But it's always that leap to get the right policy in place. I think what we've noticed over the last few years, which is quite promising compared to many years ago when I was much younger, where there's a big distance between you and the government, is now the most governments, most countries we've been to, even at short notice, they have open doors, like an open door policy. Within 48 hours, you can actually see a decision maker or somebody that could get you to a decision maker. Whereas when I was a lot younger, there was always, il faut envoyer un courrier, il faut envoyer un dossier, ça doit être signé avant temps.
You need to have this, it needs to be signed.
Want you to get 2 weeks to get back out of the region or you're on to the next project. So at least we're seeing, communication picking up the pace. So that's quite promising. And I think, like we all alluded to earlier, the matrix we have to look at are still accessibility, affordability, and how many jobs are created. Most, if not all, international companies I've seen come into countries when it's time to do trenching, data center building, anything, they use local talent. So let's face it, they know the terrain. They will be able to get right of way access a lot quicker anyway. So I think that's my last comments.
So thanks a lot, Napoleon. Thanks, Wouter.
Merci.
To all of you. And I think let's conclude here. I would say let's keep local, cheaper local, and let's bring more better regulation, and let me take it from there and keep traffic local for everyone. So thanks a lot. Merci à tout le monde. Merci.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your contribution to this panel. And thank you to my two panelists, Wouter and Napoleon. As I was saying yesterday, the mouth that speaks must care for the ear that listens. So we're going to take a break. So they are telling me everything is ready in the kitchen, so the food is ready.
I think it's enough to take everything you want and to be on time. And it is a challenge for all of us to be on time now. Because you have, yesterday it was 30 minutes for lunch. Today we have 1 hour. Yes, 47 minutes. So take food and come back here at 2 p.m. We'll have one session on internet governance and how to bring strong internet organization in Africa. I think it should be in line in what we'll start discussing now. And after that, we'll have some lightning talk on how the adoption of .c here with a report on the CCTLD, update from Afrinic, update from ICANN, and IXP self-assessment report. So thanks and see you soon. Bon appetit. Thank you, Napoleon. So, yeah, you do a photo. Allô, allô. Bonsoir. Alors,
So until the last minute, I was thinking you would succeed in the test. There is an improvement, but you can still do better. So we'll see after the break if we could finish without delay. So we had
sais pas s'ils vont amener ça à la pause café, mais bon, nous, à tout moment, on peut manger. Et puis, il y avait le douri. Donc, quand moi, je cherche et puis je ne comprends pas, tu cherches le douri. Quand il y a le douri, tu prends ça d'abord. Voilà. Il y avait le douri tous les jours. Donc,
but thank you. Thanks for your time. We all know you are all tired, but we still have some hours to finish. So we have a session. So we've been speaking about infrastructures, data centers. We have been speaking of pairing. So at the end of the day, we not maybe it's not the government, but maybe there's something still lacking. All this. So the last session will enable us to know how to have a strong institution, a robust institution, what to do. So and measures to take when we start with an XP and a data center. It doesn't stop all of a sudden. So we need a data center. We need a fiber. We need to put some. If there's no solar panel on all those things in the village, it will be a trouble. So how to fix and make it sustainable. So we are going to listen to the panelists, and they're going to explain how to go on to how to make it last until Kala Kala, as it is popularly said.
Donc, bon après-midi à tous. Je m'appelle Guilain, je suis de Internet Society.
So I am from Internet Society, and I'm an expert in development of XP. And once again, welcome to this session. And we are going to discuss about governance of Internet, where and how to have a strong institution for Internet to be strong. So today we have a panelist here with us. We have Nina Kwam. So she's here in Côte d'Ivoire. And we also have Brice, who is from Afrinic, and who is working from Côte d'Ivoire. And we are going to have also Mr. David from Internet Society. So, with no further delay, let's start the session. So, please, Brice, you may come forward. We're going to start.
Nina? Okay. Donc, nous allons commencer
So let's start our session.
Nous allons juste donner quelques
So
minutes
we're just going to give a couple of minutes to Nina. So let's go quickly. Let's go the floor to Nina, and she's going to introduce herself and sharing some words with us concerning these aspects of internet government. So these are multi sides of the internet and what is working and what is not. And let's start the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will speak for 3 minutes or 4. I'll speak slowly, and then I have to go somewhere else because some other people are waiting for me. My name is Nena. I come from the internet. I've been with internet governance even before the term internet governance was accepted and we had a process. I was one of the earlier people who worked on the World Summit on the Information Society. I started in the year 2000, and then we had the summit in 2003 and 2005. And today we're still having the internet governance forums. I'm actually online because I'm organizing the West Africa Internet Governance Forum, which will happen in Dakar on the 10th, 11th, and 12th. My personal engagement was as the chief web advocate of the World Wide Web Foundation. I worked with the Web Foundation for 10 years. I worked on the contract for the web. I worked with the Brazilian government on the first digital rights law called Marco Civil. I recall that President Dilma Rousseff invited me in 2014 when they signed that law. I also worked in connectivity, setting up the Alliance for Affordable Internet, which is today the Global Digital Inclusion Partnership. I teach internet governance across the world. I work with platforms on online gender-based violence, and I finished a course on artificial intelligence recently. But overall, I consider myself as a resource person. I am currently advising on the AI board that is set up by the UN Secretary General, and I also advise the holder of the UN Tech Envoy's office. What I can say is that over the years, when we started, we had what we termed the multi-stakeholder engagement. At the beginning, we had just governments, private sector, and civil society. But over the years, that has evolved. And with this, what we have here is none of the three. This is called the technology community, the tech community, which has evolved as a community over the years. We also have the research community. Within the private sector, we have the platforms now. We talked about them earlier on. These are the big content in the content industry. And so I believe that that has evolved and needs to be taken into consideration at global or at the national level. What are the challenges, which is what I will stop with? The first challenge is that we are dealing with humans and not machines. Humans don't do binary. Humans do emotions, no matter what they are, male and female. The female have menstrual cycles. The men have erections. So it's not an ecosystem. I call it an ecosystem. Everyone's looking out for their interests. And whatever you do, don't laugh about this. This is actually one of the biggest challenges in tech development and governance across the world, not just in Africa. And then there are the policy priorities, right? If you go to Uganda, the technology ministry is prioritized. You go to some countries, today is with the communications, tomorrow is with transport, the other day is with postal, and they just ping pong it, depending on how the government feels. So when you get into a country, look at where the Ministry of Technology and Digital Innovation is housed and what priority is given and who is the minister, and automatically you will know what priority that country has in its politics for digital development. And there is the level of education of the populace, the level of connectivity, and the level of infrastructure. I think we talked about these during the day. This all affects the growth of internet in a country. And finally, there is the capacity to govern, technical capacity. It's when I hear people say, we are going to tax this, we are going to deal with Facebook, we are going to deal with this. You ask the guy, do you even know do you know how routing works? He doesn't know. We're going to deal with these technology organizations. Do you know what peering is? He doesn't know. He just knows that he will regulate. What are you regulating? He has no shit knowledge about it. I hope you are not online. So are we online? Okay, I wanted to say motherfucker, but I won't. But so we have people who don't have the residual knowledge wanting to regulate something that they don't know about. Yes, we don't all have to be specialists, but I'm just saying that the capacity to regulate, the capacity to govern is actually linked to your capacity to develop. My name is Nina. I come from the internet, and I thank you for having me.
Thank you, Nina, for those remarks. And just to say that we need to engage responsibly and try as much as possible to be cautious to each other. And so online we have also Dawit. Dawit, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me? I can hear you.
Dawit, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, go ahead, Dawit. Probably you can introduce yourself for 1 minute and then probably just introduce the internet governance aspect that you wanted to touch. I know there is a lot to say, but feel free to give your remarks. Thank you.
Je pense que la langue de travail aujourd'hui, c'est le français, donc je vais continuer en français. Tout d'abord, merci de m'avoir invité à cette séance. J'aurais bien aimé être avec vous en présentiel, mais je suis heureux d'avoir l'occasion de partager mes idées, même si c'est en virtuel. C'est une session très importante car tout système moderne, comme tout système moderne, Internet ne peut fonctionner correctement et ne peut être résilient sans des institutions fortes et résilientes. Je pense que tu m'as demandé de me présenter. Donc, je m'appelle David Bakale, je suis vice-président régional pour l'Afrique, pour Internet Society, pour lequel j'ai travaillé pour plus de 17 ans. Avant ça, je travaillais à l'université d'Addis Abeba en Éthiopie. Ma formation, c'est en informatique, mais au cours des années, j'ai pu travailler sur plusieurs aspects de l'Internet, y compris la gouvernance de l'Internet. Donc, je pense que la première question qu'on m'a envoyée, c'est qu'est-ce que la gouvernance de l'Internet multi-acteurs? Pour moi, la gouvernance de l'Internet, en utilisant l'approche multi-acteurs, se réfère à la gestion et à la prise de décision concernant l'Internet de manière inclusive, impliquant divers groupes d'acteurs tels que les gouvernements, les entreprises privées, la société civile, ainsi que les communautés techniques et des utilisateurs individuels. Guylain, est-ce que tu veux que je continue ou bien il y a d'autres questions pour d'autres participants, pour Brice en particulier, comme le programme a un peu changé?
Oui, on peut laisser Brice se présenter juste quelques minutes et puis on va revenir vers toi.
D'accord, très bien, merci.
OK. Alors, merci Guilain. Alors, je suis Brice Abba, je suis actif dans la communauté Internet africaine depuis plusieurs années et au-delà. Alors, mon background est ingénieur en routage et en switching et j'ai travaillé sur les extensions de sécurité du DNS sec qui sont DNSSEC en 2008 avec Olaf Kolkman. Donc, j'ai aussi travaillé un peu dans tout ce qui est sécurité. J'ai travaillé aussi sur les AFIS, Automatic Fingerprint System, donc dans l'installation des AFIS, la formation passer les compétences aux différents pays. Donc, avant de joindre Afrique, j'ai parcouru un peu toute l'Afrique aussi et dans le monde pour développer les AFIS et faire le transfert de compétences. Et voilà, donc à Afrique, depuis 2012, qui est le registre régional Internet, j'ai joué en tant que formateur technique. Donc, c'est autour des technologies liées à Internet, donc principalement les ressources Internet, donc IPv6. Et puis après, à mon contact, mon background technique et mon contact avec la communauté m'ont fait passer d'un autre département qui est le développement communautaire. Et là où j'allie mon background technique et puis les formations politiques que j'ai eu à faire pour conseiller notre écosystème en matière de gouvernance d'Internet et de décisions à prendre dans l'évolution d'Internet. Alors, la gouvernance d'Internet, voilà, David l'a résumé. C'est un peu ça. Donc, je pense que je vais pas encore m'étaler là-dessus, mais il est important de savoir aussi que c'est vrai qu'il y a eu des évolutions et qu'au début, on parlait vraiment il était question de parler des organes qui géraient l'Internet, il était question de parler du DNS, mais au fil des années, cela a évolué parce que l'on s'est rendu compte que c'est vrai que le DNS est assez important dans le fonctionnement d'Internet, mais il n'y a pas que ça. Et donc, il y a eu plusieurs piliers. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes à 10 piliers de la gouvernance de l'Internet et je pense qu'on aura le temps de parler de ces piliers-là ou voilà, jusqu'à la fin du temps.
D'accord. Merci beaucoup, Brice. Peut-être je vais revenir sur David. Une question directe, ça serait peut-être, est-ce qu'on a des institutions de gouvernance de l'Internet en Afrique qui sont fortes? Et quelle est l'importance d'avoir de telles institutions et comment peut-on y arriver au niveau de l'Afrique, dans le contexte de l'Afrique, avec l'expérience que tu as de l'Internet depuis plusieurs années? Est-ce qu'aujourd'hui, on peut dire qu'on a des institutions fortes? Et si on n'en a pas, comment est-ce qu'on peut y arriver? La parole est à toi, David.
Pardon, j'étais pas sûr si c'était unmuté. Oui, je pense que nous devons admettre que de bon nombre
Est-ce que tu es en
d'institutions.
train de parler, David? Parce que là, on n'entend
Oui,
pas.
oui, je suis en train de parler et je suis unmuted.
Ok,
Ouais,
d'accord. Vas-y, maintenant on t'entend dans la salle.
ça
Vas-y.
marche? Ok, d'accord, excusez-moi. Je pense que nous devons admettre que de bon nombre de nos institutions ne fonctionnent pas bien. Je pense l'éléphant dans la salle, comme disent les anglophones, c'est Afrinique, puisqu'il ne fonctionne pas actuellement comme il faut. Il est en pilote automatique, comme on dit, sans conseil d'administration ni PDG. Il y a d'autres institutions régionales et nationales qui sont confrontées à de nombreux défis qui paralysent leur progrès et ne les permettent pas d'accomplir leur monde. C'est un gros problème parce que pour tout système moderne, les institutions constituent l'épine dorsale fournissant les structures et les mécanismes nécessaires à l'action collective, à la stabilité et au progrès. Ils aident à gérer la complexité, à atténuer les conflits et à exploiter les opportunités de développement, ce qui les rend indispensables. Bref, dans le monde d'aujourd'hui, rien de grand ne peut se produire sans de grandes institutions. Bâtir une institution forte n'est pas une entreprise facile. Cela nécessite un engagement fort, du leadership et de nombreuses autres compétences et connaissances. Si une seule des exigences n'est pas respectée, l'institution peut trébucher et même s'effondrer rapidement ou progressivement. Voici quelques éléments que la plupart des experts conviennent que chaque institution solide possède. Une mission et vision claire, une structure de gouvernance efficace, un cadre juridique et réglementaire solide, des ressources adéquates, un leadership compétent, capacité d'innovation et d'adaptation, engagement des parties prenantes et inclusivité. À ceci, j'ajouterai également une culture institutionnelle forte ainsi que de nombreux autres éléments dont je n'ai pas le temps de discuter ici. Je suis sûr que vous conviendrez avec moi que ces exigences sont décourageantes et qu'il n'est pas étonnant que de nombreuses institutions échouent prématurément. Excusez-moi, j'ai oublié de changer le slide. Donc, je remets. Pardon. Donc, aux États-Unis, par exemple, il y a près de 20% des nouvelles entreprises qui échouent au cours de la première année et environ 50% à la fin de la 5e année et 70% avant la 10e année. Pour les organisations à but non lucratif, 70% échouent avant la 5e année. Je n'ai pas pu trouver des statistiques pour l'Afrique, mais je pense qu'elles seraient bien pires parce que leur environnement extérieur est plus difficile. Pour revenir à nos institutions africaines de l'Internet, je constate qu'elles échouent dans de nombreux domaines, mais je voudrais souligner quelques-unes des lacunes les plus importantes uniquement sur les bases de mes près de 2 décennies d'expérience dans le secteur. La plupart de ces organisations n'ont pas été en mesure de mettre en place une structure de gouvernance efficace. Dans de nombreuses organisations, il existe un manque de transparence qui crée souvent des doutes parmi les parties prenantes qui préfèrent rester à l'écart de cette organisation, ce qui non seulement impacte ses ressources, mais fragilise également son système de gouvernance. Cela entrave également son leadership puisque les dirigeants compétents préfèrent de rester à l'écart de telles institutions. Un autre problème majeur auquel sont confrontées la plupart des institutions est le manque de ressources adéquates. La plupart des institutions disposent de ressources très limitées qui ne leur permettent pas d'effectuer leur travail correctement. En conséquence, nombre d'entre eux n'élaborent même pas de plan stratégique et de plan d'action appropriés, ce qui signifie qu'ils avancent sans orientation claire. La question la plus importante est désormais de savoir comment les renforcer. Le plus grand défi est qu'ils se retrouvent dans un cercle vicieux. Par exemple, leur manque de structure de bonne gouvernance a un impact sur le manque de leadership qui lui-même a un impact sur le manque de ressources. Le manque de ressources a un impact négatif sur tout, y compris la structure de gouvernance et le manque de leadership. Cela semble être une bataille perdue d'avance, mais il y a bien nombre d'institutions qui ont pu faire un revirement total et devenir des institutions hautement performantes. Ceci semble un miracle, mais pour quelqu'un qui étudie ces institutions, ça n'a rien de miracle, mais c'est des décisions stratégiques qui ont été efficacement implémentées. Je m'arrête ici si jamais il y a des interventions de Brice.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, David. Je ne sais pas si Brice, tu veux ajouter quelque chose par rapport à ce que David vient de dire, par rapport à la vision, les ressources, tout ce qui est resourcing pour créer ces institutions fortes.
Oui, oui, tout à fait. Alors, j'ai souligné quelques points et l'un des points qui fait tomber la plupart de nos institutions ici, c'est le manque de financement. D'abord, on a le système financier mis en place n'est pas, disons, respecté par les parties prenantes. Et on a énormément d'organisations qui échouent pour cela. On a aussi le type de gestion. Tout à l'heure, on parle de gouvernance de l'Internet et ça a été normalisé pour Internet. On a plusieurs points que nous regardons. Mais il y a aussi la mise en place de ces acteurs-là qui gèrent cet Internet-là. Et en Afrique, nous avons plusieurs acteurs, mais la structure de ces acteurs n'est pas fixe ou n'est pas normalisée. Alors, qu'est-ce que je dis? Je dis par exemple que au niveau de tout ce qui est gouvernance de l'Internet, les chapitres nationaux sont dans certains pays gérés par la communauté, sont dans d'autres pays gérés par des gouvernements, sont dans d'autres pays gérés par des régulateurs, sont dans d'autres pays gérés par des associations qui existent déjà et qui... Donc, il y a pas de modèle type, et il n'y a pas de roadmap, il n'y a pas de modèle qui est imposé ou qui a montré ses preuves et que tout le monde accepte de suivre. Donc, cette ouverture du type de modèle de gestion, de mise en place de ces organes-là, présente aussi une certaine fragilité. Ensuite, il y a aussi la vision et les objectifs de ces organes qui, quelquefois, ne sont pas clairs. Il y a des visions et des objectifs. Par exemple, dans certaines associations, vous avez 2 associations, 3 associations qui travaillent dans un même écosystème, qui se retrouvent à se marcher sur les pieds parce qu'ils ont les mêmes objectifs, ils ont les mêmes visions, et à un moment donné, ils commencent à un peu se tirer là-dessus parce que il y a des financements pour la vision qu'ils ont tous en commun. Après, il faut se partager, après, ça devient compliqué. Les institutions fortes dont on parle ne s'autopilotent pas, elles ne sont pas en pilote automatique. On a besoin de personnes fortes pour créer des institutions fortes. On parle d'institutions fortes parce que derrière, il y a des personnes de valeur, des personnes qui respectent, qui suivent les objectifs qui ont été assignés à ces institutions-là. Et des personnes qui mettent ils mettent l'intérêt communautaire d'abord, avant leur propre intérêt. C'est là le problème majeur, le problème de la variable personne qui entre en ligne de compte dans ces organisations-là. Quel est le type de personne? Quel est le comportement? Quelle est la formation que cette personne a reçue? Quel est le background? Quel est le parcours de cette personne? Comment est-ce que cette personne est arrivée là? Et en plus, il y a l'éducation de cette personne. Donc, la variable humaine et morale compte énormément dans la mise en place d'institutions fortes. Vous pouvez avoir des institutions avec toutes les règles que vous voulez, les textes, mais si les personnes qui gèrent ces institutions-là mettent leurs intérêts avant l'intérêt pour lequel cette institution a été mise en œuvre, là, on a de gros problèmes. Donc voilà, je voulais m'arrêter ici, le temps que David ajoute.
D'accord, merci beaucoup. David, est-ce que tu as un autre point que tu voudrais soulever ou partager?
Oui, bien sûr, je ne veux pas m'arrêter avec tous les points négatifs que j'ai mentionnés. Est-ce que tout est perdu? Est-ce qu'on peut rebondir? Je pense que ça doit être la question principale aujourd'hui. Je pense que tout n'est pas perdu. Il y a des organisations dans l'histoire qui ont fait des revirements alors qu'on les pensait complètement perdus, ont pu se redresser et devenir des organisations très importantes. Pour ceux qui sont assez vieux, vous vous rappelez peut-être l'époque où on disait que Apple était perdu. Il y avait un moment où rien ne marchait à Apple et on pensait qu'il allait faire un banqueroute. Mais les choses ont changé parce que la direction de l'entreprise a pris des décisions stratégiques majeures qui ont fait d'elle, en quelques années, la plus grande marque du monde qu'elle est devenue aujourd'hui. Ceci comprenait le changement de leadership, amener un changement de leadership. Pour ceux qui connaissent l'histoire, Steve Jobs, qui avait quitté Apple, est revenu. Des produits innovants comme iMac, iPod, iPhone, etc., de revitalisation de la marque avec des campagnes dynamiques, Il y en a qui se rappellent peut-être quelques slogans comme Think Different qui ont été utilisés par Apple. Et le développement de l'écosystème comme iTunes, App Store, etc. Peut-être vous allez dire que ça, c'est une fantaisie, c'est ce qui se passe aux États-Unis, c'est quelque chose de très loin de ce que nous, on connaît en Afrique. Mais je vais vous raconter l'histoire d'une compagnie dans un pays peut-être l'un des plus pauvres du monde et de l'Afrique, qui est le mien, qui s'appelle Ethiopian Airlines, et que vous connaissez, j'en suis sûr. Ethiopian Airlines a 78 ans, c'est devenu aujourd'hui la plus grande compagnie aérienne, mais dans les années 70 et 80, c'était une compagnie qui était en grande difficulté parce qu'il y avait le gouvernement qui essayait de la politiser, etc., et aussi les conditions géopolitiques de l'époque. Mais aujourd'hui, Ethiopian Airlines a 135 avions. Le prochain compétiteur en Afrique a 71, donc presque la moitié. C'est la compagnie aérienne la plus profitable qui a un chiffre d'affaires cumulé plus grand que tous ses rivaux africains confondus. Cela n'est pas arrivé par hasard. C'est arrivé parce qu'il y a eu vraiment des décisions stratégiques importantes. Et ça inclut un certain nombre de choses. Par exemple, le gouvernement a fait comme des choses comme il a amené une gestion efficace, il a augmenté le soutien du gouvernement, il a créé, c'est pas le gouvernement, mais la direction a créé une vision solide concernant les opérations futures et les mises en œuvre nécessaires et a utilisé efficacement son placement géographique qui est stratégique. Sans la combinaison de ces facteurs, il aurait été difficile qu'Ethiopian Airlines devienne un emblème de l'aviation africaine qu'elle est aujourd'hui. Donc, même dans des conditions aussi difficiles, il est possible d'avoir un success story comme Ethiopian Airlines. Donc, vous voulez dire, est-ce que ça est en relation avec l'Internet? Je dis que oui, parce que partout, c'est la construction d'institutions. C'est ces institutions qui construisent nos systèmes. Donc, pour terminer mon discours sur une note positive, de nombreuses institutions africaines sont en difficulté, c'est vrai, mais leur état n'est pas nécessairement désespéré. Comme Apple et Ethiopian Airlines, elles peuvent briller un jour dans le futur, mais ça ne peut se faire sans une volonté ferme d'apporter des changements requis par les parties prenantes de la gouvernance de l'Internet en Afrique, ce qui inclut vous, parce que la gouvernance de l'Internet dit qu'il y a toutes les parties prenantes, y compris la communauté technique. Merci.
D'accord, merci beaucoup, David. Je veux rebondir un peu sur l'exemple que tu donnes, là où tu dis il y a une intervention forte du gouvernement pour redresser Ethiopian. Et si on ramène cette illustration au monde ou à la gouvernance d'Internet, on aimerait aussi qu'il y ait des décisions fortes dans les institutions de gouvernance d'Internet au niveau de l'Afrique. Mais la peur, c'est si le gouvernement entre dedans, peut-être il y aura moins de liberté. Si le gouvernement fait ceci, fait cela, il y aura moins de liberté. J'aimerais un peu réconcilier les deux choses. Peut-être Brice aussi peut rebondir dessus. Comment avoir des institutions fortes, des décisions fortes avec des acteurs forts sans pour autant capturer la chose et en laissant un peu ouvert l'opportunité aux autres de pouvoir s'exprimer, quoi.
Oui, c'est une question assez complexe parce que dans l'univers Internet, dans le domaine de l'Internet, l'on n'aime pas avoir la présence des gouvernements parce que Internet se développe seul avec la communauté technique. Internet évolue avec la communauté technique et par besoin. Je me rappelle en 2013, à l'une des réunions d'Afrique à Yaoundé, je crois en 2000, je sais pas, 2011 ou 2000, je crois 2011, la réunion qui était à Yaoundé, les,
Excuse-moi un peu. Excusez-moi, est-ce qu'on peut avoir dans la salle, est-ce qu'on peut avoir moins de bruit, s'il vous plaît? S'il vous plaît, est-ce qu'on peut avoir le calme dans la salle? Merci.
Donc, je disais que à la réunion d'Afrique de Yaoundé en 2011, si je ne m'abuse, il y avait eu, on parlait d'adoption d'IPv6 et l'audience avait dit pourquoi est-ce qu'on ne fixerait pas une date butoir à partir de laquelle on allait arrêter les piles IPv4 et utiliser que la pile IPv6 pour forcer la communauté à la IPv6. La réponse a été unanime. On a dit non, Internet évolue progressivement. Internet évolue, Internet change en fonction des besoins du moment. Donc, c'est un peu cela, Internet. Internet n'aime pas qu'on le force. Et voilà pourquoi les institutions qui travaillent dans Internet sont des institutions où on le dit souvent, hein, il y a beaucoup de bruit, mais il y a peu d'action parce que la communauté dit beaucoup et après, chacun rentre chez lui. Et il y a pas d'acte, il y a très peu d'action. Donc, c'est ça aussi le risque, l'ouverture, le système qui est ouvert, le risque, c'est qu'il y a beaucoup de choses qui sont dites, mais après, il y a pas trop d'action parce que les organes qui doivent mettre les actions en place, après, ne se retrouvent pas, ils ne comprennent pas. On a fait énormément de forums, de fora où il y a eu des conclusions avec des notes, mais ces notes n'ont jamais été portées, ces notes n'ont jamais été utilisées. Donc il y a un peu ça. Donc, la peur de voir les gouvernements qui ont une approche du haut vers le bas qu'on appelle top-down euh, par rapport à la communauté ou à Internet qui est une approche bottom-up. Donc, c'est complètement différent. Donc, comme David l'a dit, il y a de l'espoir. Cet espoir-là vient d'un regard de conseil, d'un regard d'accompagnement des puissances d'État qui diront, OK, on voit où vous voulez aller, on va vous accompagner, on vous donne les moyens, mais on souhaite rester à l'écart, comme vous souhaitez qu'on reste à l'écart, mais on va vous accompagner avec les moyens, avec de l'expertise, s'il faut faire venir des experts, et puis aussi dans le développement des capacités aux besoins. Mais c'est vrai qu'il n'est pas, euh, la question n'est pas facile de voir un peu le rôle que les États peuvent jouer dans les structures qui gouvernent Internet, en sachant que ces structures-là n'ont pas trop envie de voir l'État entrer et dedans. Donc, c'est vraiment, il faut trouver le juste milieu et je pense que c'est vraiment dans l'accompagnement et dans la mise en place de cadres réglementaires qui permettent à ces structures-là de s'auto-gérer et tout en sachant que, au besoin, ils peuvent avoir un accompagnement de l'État. Voilà.
D'accord. Merci beaucoup. Peut-être un commentaire de David. David, est-ce que, de par ton expérience, quand une recommandation sort, quand des recommandations sortent à la fin d'une réunion particulière, il y a moins d'exécution, peut-être parce que il y a personne qui s'en charge, il y a personne qui prend la charge, en fait. Qu'est-ce qu'il faudrait pour que les gens disent, OK, cette recommandation, je peux contribuer ça, ça, ça et ça, et ne pas tomber dans ce piège où on dit, moi, ça ne me regarde pas, c'est plutôt les autres qui doivent, et les gens se lancent la balle. Comment éviter que les gens se lancent la balle et disent, moi, je ne suis pas responsable, moi, je ne suis pas responsable. Si vous voulez que je fasse quelque chose, donnez-moi toute la chose. Donc, ils veulent la capture de toute la chose pour avoir le contrôle. Quel serait ton avis dessus?
Merci, Guylain. Je pense, je vais répondre en fait aux deux questions qui sont différentes. La première question, c'est est-ce qu'on veut vraiment les gouvernements, l'intervention des gouvernements? Et ça, c'est souvent, c'est pas uniquement dans le domaine de l'Internet qu'on a peur de l'intervention des gouvernements. Parce que quelquefois, elle n'est pas toujours très habile. Et souvent, les interventions des gouvernements les plus efficaces ont été ceux qui n'ont pas été les plus hands-on, comme on dit ça en français. Mais ceux qui ont, c'est des interventions, mais très, très limitées, afin de résoudre le problème essentiel, mais de laisser faire les choses une fois qu'ils ont résolu ce problème essentiel. Je pense, l'exemple Ethiopian Airlines que je connais bien peut être vraiment un bon exemple même pour Internet. Donc, quand il y a eu, je pense au début des années 80, ce problème, Ethiopian Airlines était proche de la banqueroute, il y a le ministre de l'époque qui a dit, si je laisse les choses courir comme ça va être la catastrophe. Donc, il a appelé l'ancien CEO d'Ethiopian Airlines et il lui a dit, voilà, les choses vont pas bien, qu'est-ce que je dois faire pour que l'Éthiopienne ne soit pas en banqueroute. Le CEO lui a dit, donc, il faut renvoyer ce management qui est trop politisé, il faut amener quelqu'un qui a l'expérience dans Ethiopian Airlines et qui a une expérience d'une autre organisation, et après, il faut les donner la liberté. Et c'était une époque où le gouvernement ne donnait aucune liberté pour les autres organisations, parce que c'était un gouvernement communiste et pour eux, c'était le parti communiste qui dirigeait tout. Et malgré ça, c'est un miracle presque, le ministre a dit d'accord. Et après, Éthiopienne, pendant toute cette période communiste, était la seule organisation dans le pays qui avait une liberté de faire les choses. À l'époque, l'Éthiopien n'a pas grandi, n'est pas ce qu'il est aujourd'hui, mais au moins a pu se redresser et rester en vie, ce qui lui a permis, ce qui a permis de rebondir quand la situation est meilleure. Donc, pour les organisations Internet, je ne pense pas que les gouvernements doivent s'impliquer au point où ils prennent la relève parce que le système multi-acteurs ne marche pas. Mais je pense qu'ils ont un rôle pour faire sortir ces institutions du cercle vicieux où ils sont, mais un rôle très limité. C'est à nous de définir quel est le rôle qu'ils peuvent jouer. En ce qui concerne, je pense, ta deuxième question et pardon, tu me rappelles la deuxième question, Guylain?
Non, non, je pense que ça va. C'est bon, il n'y a pas de souci.
D'accord, merci.
D'accord. Peut-être on peut, je sais qu'on n'avait pas prévu de parler de WISIS plus 20, mais est-ce que ça te dérangerait un peu de parler de WISIS plus 20 juste pour, en très peu de mots, pour les gens qui sont dans la salle mais qui ne savent pas ce que c'est? WISIS plus 20 et tout ce qu'il y a autour, les discussions qui sont en cours. Juste un bref résumé.
D'accord. Peut-être avant de parler WISIS plus 20, je vais parler de WISIS. Donc, WISIS, ou en français SMSI, Sommet mondial de la société de l'information, c'était un sommet mondial à deux phases qui s'est tenu en 2003 et 2005 à Genève et Tunis respectivement, et dont l'objectif était de décider ce que la société de l'information devait devenir, comment elle devait être gouvernée. Et le consensus qui a été créé, c'était ce qu'on appelle aujourd'hui une gouvernance multi-acteurs de l'Internet. Donc, ce n'est pas une organisation multilatérale comme par exemple l'IUT, l'Organisation internationale de la télécommunication, qui va gouverner l'Internet, mais toutes ces organisations qui existaient déjà et d'autres qui ont été créées, qui vont contribuer à la gouvernance. Donc, plusieurs organisations, plusieurs acteurs qui sont responsables. Donc, par exemple, si vous êtes en charge d'un point d'échange, vous participez à la gouvernance de l'Internet. Ou bien si vous êtes en charge d'un CCTLD, vous êtes en charge de la gouvernance de l'Internet. C'est pas une organisation internationale qui décide de ce que vous faites. Et c'est ça la force de l'Internet, c'est sa gouvernance répartie et où plusieurs acteurs peuvent participer. Donc, ce sommet a pu un peu pérenniser ce modèle qui existait en fait sur le choc. Après, il y a eu 20 ans, donc pendant ces 20 ans, il y a eu le Forum de la gouvernance de l'Internet qui a été créé par ce sommet et on a eu des discussions chaque année et ce forum permet aux différents acteurs de se rencontrer tous les ans et sans décider de parler des problèmes autour de la gouvernance de l'Internet. Après, ces divers acteurs partent chez eux et utilisent les mécanismes existants. Par exemple, les régulateurs d'un pays peuvent utiliser ce qu'ils ont appris là-bas pour réguler au niveau national.
Improve issues at their own levels. Then after, I won't put aside the 20 years, but right away we are in 2024. So almost 20 years after the summit, there are some organizations that will say, okay, right away we have to review a little bit things because since 20 years now, internet has seriously evolved. So maybe we have to review the way we do things. So there is we see plus 20 where they will have discussions by states, not only, but also with the participation of other actors. And this is maybe the relationship with releases, the difference is not only the states. So all the actors who took part, there will be discussions in order to review what has to change. Form of governance on internet, is it going to continue? Yes or no? If it has to continue, in what direction? And so these kind of decisions that should be made, for example, are we going to stretch the activity avenue and landscape of the EDF? So we have some discussions. So, but before that, we have the Global Digital Compact. So c'est le compact digital global en français. So we don't know if it has to be an added value in the future for the summit. I believe in September, if I'm not mistaken. So this is going to define it's going to define all the elements that turn around. So it will also have an impact on Mrs. Criswell. So how are we going to govern internet only in the whole world? So all these discussions, all these political discussions are really important because they will have an impact on how internet will be governed. So So how we have access to internet. So the World Summit has invested itself in 20 years and defined how the governance of internet was made the last 20 years. And so Mrs. was one who defined the governance of internet, maybe for the ensuing 20 years. So it is very important how to imply all these things which have been made by the United Nations. So it is the collection of the states. So if you have access to the delegations, to the national delegations, and you have the possibility maybe to get them informed, because like Nina said, maybe in a more polite way, as mine, the delegations are not aware of all the issues, and they are not always about to take good decisions. So the necessary knowledge for them to take good decisions. And so I think that's important. So if you are interested in advocating at the national level, which is really important, you can rely on us. You can get in touch with us, Jean-Baptiste, myself, or Gila, and we'll be very humbled to help you. And so we have enough documents for this kind of advocacy, and we'll be glad to share. Thank you. Thank you so much, David. Maybe Boris, in relationship with the last point, to contribute to the last discussion, people must be informed. The capacity buildings must be established. So how can people be trained in order to contribute? So if we are not trained, we cannot contribute. So what are the avenue for the training avenues or for capacity building that are available, whether from the French side or from the English side? Right. Firstly, we have LACID. It is in this context that the government has to make a decision to give orientation to policies of the different countries. And normally at this level, we have, in Afrini, we have a work group that we call the Afrinic Work Group, which is a forum where we have a representative of every departmental, of every governmental department, where they discuss about the issues. So they are informed about upcoming meetings, and we have two other slides with the African economic meeting. So we had a meeting on the deployment of EBCs, considering so it encourages the African government. So these are the channels that we use, and through this work group that we have with the government and then civil society, we have also chapters, national chapters and regional ones. There are avenues where we can share messages. So when we have specific demands on information, we, as the regional network and in partnership with the EFTA, and for those who are part, we have other organizations that work with the African organisms. So we plan trainings to address a specific issue, also for specific communities. So these are the channels that we use to pass on the message. And also, I know that at the African Union, the telecom, there is a will to help African countries to come nearer to the standards. So to escort them, to educate them, to give them information in order for us to know how to direct the policies to support the development of internet in the countries. Thank you so much. So I don't know, maybe I can say that at the level of internet society, we have a page that is called internetsociety.org, where we have enough courses for people who like to be trained in the domain of governance. I don't know, David, if you'd like to say something on capacity building for the governance of internet, 1 or 2 points before we go to question and answers in the room. Yes, of course. Capacity building is critical because internet has become more and more complex, even for those who always worked in the domain. We always learn because there is something always new that is important. It is what happens at the technical level, but also at the political level. So we need capacity buildings, and Africa has a power, a very, very important power. We have 54 countries who vote at the United Nations in the name on behalf of Africa, and these 54 countries form, if I'm not mistaken, almost 25% of the voices at the United Nations. This is huge, and we can utilize this power only, but it's only if we call on them. But it's very difficult for whosoever it may be to know what is at stake. So the only way, the only means is to learn. And we are no longer like we were 20 years ago. 20 years ago, we lacked specialists, but today we have specialists. Internet is more complex, but the good side is that we have specialists. And so it is very important that these specialists and the decision makers collaborate, because we have the same interest. I, as an Ethiopian and an African, my interest, my principal interest is the happiness of Africa. So I have to work with the government for whom the interest is shared. So it is important that we work, that we share our knowledge, and so that our deciders, our decision makers can utilize this power, the power that they have at the international level. Thank you so much, David. Thank you so much, Bruce. Can we please give a round of applause to the different interventions? Now let's go with questions. Do we have questions in the room?
To David or to Brice, feel free to raise your hand, and then the microphone will be given to you. Any question? Oui.
C'est bon. Merci. Merci de me donner la parole. Je me nomme.
Thank you for giving me the floor. My name is Nadesh Gwe. I am at the Ministry of Digital Transition and Digitalization. I would like to thank all the panelists for these brilliant inputs. So, as a matter of fact, I appreciated all the inputs considering the governance of internet. I do not have a question, but I would like to really pounce on the issue of the presence of the government on the level to play, on the role to play for the performance of internet. So I would like to say that always having or always fearing the control of the government, we have pushed them aside without knowing. So I will back it with the organization of the different fora in the countries. It is no longer obvious. It's no longer obvious because already, in order to hold a meeting or a conference in a country, the first interest door is the government. So in order for the government to authorize the activity or the conference, they have to first understand the activity and what is at stake. And so by always putting them aside, sometimes when you go and explain the importance of the activity, it is not always that you are heard. For example, here in Côte d'Ivoire, we have the Forum of the Governance of Internet, which is being sponsored or supported by the civil society. We have a lot of benevolent, of volunteers, and they do their best so that it works. But it doesn't really go the way it's supposed to go because the government does not have its position. And so our personal experience here, I will share it with you. During the organization of YGF, the previous YGF, we had to organize, and the first door was the government, but the government was not that well informed than the actors of the civil society, considering the importance of the society of the event. So it was a little bit slowed down, but thank God there was an implementation of some members of the government, and finally they accepted and everything went well. So we have to imply more and more the government so that they can help, and most especially in decision making, we have to imply them. And the other thing I would like to add concerns taking into account recommendations. Of course, most of the time after debating, there are interesting and very good recommendations and inputs and positions, but at the end, there remain very good recommendations on paper, but they are not implemented after that because the path that the civil society has to take to get to decision makers is longer. But whereas if the decision makers are present during decision making, I think it will be more easier. So I would like to thank you once again for your different interventions and inputs. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much. Another comment or question in the room? Yes. Good morning. I am Victor Emmanuel. And after I've heard you, it pop out the issue of the means that are being implemented to facilitate the extension of internet to all the localities. The problem that I mentioned is that the case of Africa is an emergency. There is no ministry who will say that yearly allowance is sufficient, no matter the domain. So within your different pool, have you thought of an approach of a solution on how to have an optimized funding towards the different stakeholders? So David, we have the floor, and after that, so on the funding level, all the institutions have a pool or a budget that supports all the pool in the different programs. I'm talking about Afrinic. Afrinic, we have IDP, which is an Internet Development Program, but within that, we have 5 different pillars related to TIC, to the diversity, EGF in Côte d'Ivoire and in other countries in Africa, they know and they always benefited from a financial support and also in terms of expertise by Afrinic. So we always supported these institutions. So let's say that the funding shouldn't be an obstacle because when we started, there was no funding. We had training where we had to put together money for sessions, for coffee breaks. So we have to do what we do, the homework. So we have to firstly show the desire to participate, to contribute, so that funding doesn't remain a strain, because sometimes we say, I want to come, but I don't have what it takes to come. But when there is a country, when there is a meeting in your country, what do? Do you come, do you participate? So, like I said, we have funding and the finance department, but the user or the group of people need to find a way to self-fund themselves. Like EGF can have members dues, monthly dues, just to organize conferences, maybe to send someone who will take part into international meetings. So you shouldn't always wait for fundings to come, because later we are asked to justify the funding that we granted. So you used $50,000 last year. So what were the results? So did we created awareness? What were the projects that were realized? So who is more active in the community? So this is the problem that brings delegates, that brings funding to become delicate. So we have less and less funding, because in the end, in the justification, we notice that we have given more money, we have allocated more money, and we have had less results. Dawiz, do you have an intervention before we take another question? Yes. In order to start with the question of Nadesh, I think it is the question that demanded right now that I wanted to answer. What is the role of the government? Haven't we pushed away the government and now we need the government? I think that there is a little of this. I think that the relationship between between the other actors and the government in Africa has not always been good. So there were not really good tidings. And so the other actors have sometimes neglected the role of the government. So sometimes it is important that the government feels also implicated. So they have to think that the government, the implication is important. So I think, yes, we are all afraid that the government takes at hand the total internet institution, which won't work, but their presence, the active presence, is paramount. That is why, like Brice said, there are working groups, Afrinic, and also GAS, so etc. So I think that the governments have to feel implicated in the mission and come to support these institutions anytime they have problems. So this can also answer to the second issue that was mentioned, that is the implementation of decisions, etc. Like any other institution, every institution is obliged to put to work the reason why it was established, its work plan, etc. And even for non-governmental organizations and non-profit organizations, what they say and they have to say why they were created. So I think governments can create more lobbies on these organizations in order to work for their mission, and they do it. Was very important organizations. I know of, I'm sorry, but I talk so much about Ethiopia because it's my country and that's the one I know about. In more in Africa, for example, there is a bank where, how do we call it? The managers were corrupt. There were a lot of problems, and the government of the central bank intervened and said, no, this is a very important organization for the country, even though it is private, but you have to resign totally. And there was an election that took place where none of them participated. So when this organization that was really very, very disturbed, that was how they could meet again. So I support this kind of intervention when there is an organization that is around the bush. Sorry, but that wasn't the point of view of so many sectors. For me, somewhere it is a solution. And for what Victor Emmanuel said, we have the means, etc. I think that the sector of internet is not difficult as a sector. So the problem is not founding the problem. The issue here is how do you ensure that there are institutions that attract this funding. Maybe these institutions do not really show their importance. For example, if you take an action point, is vital for the industry of the country. If it shows that it is that important, and so it is sure that all the actors will support it. So it is not a question of money. Money exists already in the sector, so we just need to have institutions that are that strong to attract people. Thank you. Thank you so much, David, for this point. I think there was another question, 2 questions. Eva, you have the floor. Microphone, please.
Excusez-moi, c'était pas. Désolé.
My name is Eva Unsho. I am member of Internet Society and one member of MGB Côte d'Ivoire and also an agent. I would like to intervene and bounce on the commentaries and I would like to also call, firstly, let me thank the panelists, but also talk about the private sector, the academic and civil society community. It is true that we have talked about the technical society, but it is very important for all the stakeholders to be represented anytime we talk of internet governance. So it is interesting that we all are implied. It's true that a certain category of people are more engaged in all the things that deal with the governance of internet. But today, this is an opportunity for everybody to be interested in this sector, to the forum on the governance of internet. So if we have not had the opportunity to work on these issues, since we are all here, possibly one of the stakeholders, either from the civil society or from the private sector, it is paramount for us to delve into this point. So I remember as a member of Afrinic, we talked about it, and Brice really helped us in capacity building sessions on the governance on internet. So this was my commentary. Thank you. Thank you so much, Eva. So two important groups, civil society and the academy, which is also very important. Yes, go on, please. The last question, and maybe we're going to wrap up. Thank you. My name is Kabere Tairo, member of LGBT Côte d'Ivoire. My question, okay, let me say it's a comment. Is a kind of comment and at the same time a question. I think that after I've heard the panelists who I thank for the brilliant input, I think the problem is at the level of the follow-up after the foray. You who are heading these organizations and leading them, is there an existing mechanism to follow up these resolutions? What is the existing process? How does it work? I'm currently asking myself if it does exist because we have had so many forums, so many trainings, and later after that, nothing else. We meet every day, we meet each time we discuss about a new thing, a new topic, and next year, the following year, we choose another topic to discuss. But what happens after that? Is there a mechanism we, the participant, maybe would have loved to be associated to the follow-up so that we can bring our input? So these are the questions that I ask myself. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think that Brice wants to answer. I think there is a mechanism at IGS. There is an implementation mechanism. I will leave that we to talk about it, but what deals with we as regional registers, we have a framework that permits us to regulate the standards, and we suggest tests that the community suggests. So we have a group work which is called APD. Where you must be a member of the group work, and when you are a member,
oui, donc comme je disais, au niveau de IGF et des autres entités, ils ont
on the level of IGF and other entities, they have a follow-up mechanism. Like I said, in our group, we have we work on regulations and standards on the management of internal resources, and the name of that group is RPD, where it's an open diffusion group where you can see the discussions, and you notice that all the discussions that were made by the community and that brought a consensus to an agreement, they were also implemented by Afrinex. So on our level, we have a mechanism, and we also use other mechanism for ourselves, and we also for the community engagement, we ask questions to our community, and we take into account we collect. And at the end of the year, we review all the recommendations that were sent by the community, given by the community through investigations. And so this is where we left from 2 programs. And Affiliate was one that the most popular. We have one of the most important programs. But today, beside that fellowship program, we have 5 other programs. So it was really basing on the basis of what the community say. They say we created a program for women. a diversity program, and we have also internet exchange point when they ask for support. We created another program for critical services. So by basing ourselves, we affiliate, we implement, and we create a program. So this is how it works with us. Thank you so much, Brice. Daoud, do you have a comment, a final comment, so that we can take your comment and maybe answer to the question of resolutions follow-up? Let me answer real quick to the two questions, and maybe I will say something to wrap up. Firstly, Eva, thank you for being a member of Eva Côte d'Ivoire. I think 10 years ago, I had the chance to opportunity to meet the members of Eva Côte d'Ivoire in Abidjan, and I will also come to meet the new generation, but internet society is what it is, thanks to you. So thanks to what you do on the national level. In other, you talked about what concerns, we have stakeholders that are not really implicated. It's true. We do not have all the stakeholders who are implicated, and this is one of the things that were discussed a little bit in discussions, in existing discussions, and around the global digital compact. And we have discussed it about IGF, for example, and when we have all the actors who we come together and talk about trying to solve the issues around internet. But it is true that the input were not really equal. For example, we have some who say it has become a meeting of civil society, so we do not have a lot people from the private society or from the government. So talking about multi players, all the players have to be there. So this is something that we have to improve. And I really concur that all these players are important. On the issue of the follow-up mechanism, I think you're talking about specifically the DGF. Which is true, we do not have a follow-up mechanism on account of the conception. DGF is not a forum, so there's no basis for BGF. So it is true that it's a little bit disappointing for most people, and for myself, I'm a little bit disturbed when I hear this, because we say that this is just much talk. We come, we talk, and we conclude, and nothing is done. So, but I will try to maybe give an example on by consumption how it was supposed to be. This mentioned how Afrinic works, how decisions are being taken by the community of Afrinic. And after that, we have the administration council that applies it. When we say multi-actor governance, here the community of Afrinic does not gather all the communities. We have a little bit of everybody, but we have, for example, the technical community, which is really implicated, and we have other communities which are not implicated. So the governance of internet may help Afrique to take better decisions, because the same discussed point at the level of Afrique will be discussed at EGF, for example, how to utilize IPv6. And these discussions, at the end, there are no resolutions, but we have the input, the intellectual input of many actors, which will be documented and which will serve the Afghanic community to take better decisions, which will later be taken back to Afghanic. So though this seems to be so many talks or decisions that do not propel us forward, and they will be used by decision organisms such as Afghanic and the institutions that govern internet to take better decisions. So I hope I have explained why the BGA decisions are not useless. But it is true, there are no decisions, and these decisions, there are no decisions to follow. Thank you. All right, thank you so much, David. Can we appreciate the intervention by giving them a round of applause? Thank you so much, David. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Nous arrivons au terme de cette session.
We have come to the end of this session, but I think that we take a group photo. That you stay on the screen so that you can be part of the picture, even if you are not here in real time. So as to take a picture. Once again, thank you so much, Brice. Thank you so much, David, and thank you, Nina, who is left. And see you in during other opportunities. Thank you so much.
David, il y a une blague, mais bon, je vais te la donner après. Comme on va...
There's a joke, but I'm going to make it later. But as we're going to make the picture, you can just remain seated. Just remain seated. We're going to make the photo.
Thank you very much. Clap for them one more time. Great. And of course, that clap also goes to Nena by extension. She was part of the team. All right. So we are almost coming to a close. We have a couple of items left. We would quickly take PRM personnel, just the same one we had yesterday, not the same one, but a similar one to the one we had yesterday, where the network provider come to the stage and quickly give us a summary of his PRN information. So please, can we put up the PRN personnel slides? So while that is coming up, we would naturally go for a coffee break after PRN personnel, but we are thinking that since we have just one more item immediately after coffee, we could just take that item and then we can go for coffee from there and then take up the finishing items. Okay, just one.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Silas from Ghana. I'm representing the Accra Internet Exchange, LVG. Next slide, please. So Accra Internet Exchange is located in Accra, Ghana. We've been in operations for the past 10 months, and then we currently have 25 plus PS. Our current port utilization sits around 388 gigabits per second. Next slide, please. So currently on peering, we have our ASS 41693. We have an open peering policy. We also offer IPv4 and then IPv6. And then on our IX, you are able to get 1 gig, 10 gig, and 100 gig ports. Next slide. So currently that's our contact information. For general information, you can reach out to info@accraix.net. Or for peering, you can reach out to peering@accraix.net. And for any technical inquiries, you can reach out to tech@accraix.net. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Emmanuel IMC, ISPN. Our ASN is 36932, and our networks stand as 116 networks at the moment. Our peak traffic is 700 gig, and we are present in various locations within Nigeria. And we can see from Lagos, we are present at Medallion Data Center, which is now our digital reality, and Rack Center Data Center, MDXI Data Center, and ICN, which is our interconnection clearinghouse data center, and Cloud Exchange, as well as African Data Center and Open Access Data Center. About 7 data center locations within Lagos and Abuja. There are presence also in Kano and Parakot, Enugu, Warri, and Gombe. In addition to all this, if you want to reach us, of course, we have our contact details, info at ISP and isp.net.ng. And you can see our website for more information. And we provide 1 year free port connection port for any member within the West African countries that are yet to connect to the ISPN. If you want to connect, so you have 1 year port free connection. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we are very proud of all our IXPs.
Nous sommes très fiers de notre ISP en Afrique. La Camerounaise, qui sont ici pour installer les ISP. C'est le bon voilà, sur Internet. Je pense que alors, je pense que notre premier réseau de pouvoir nous connecter. Alors, nous ne sommes pas habitués au temps de il y a toute une série de présentations, de donner des agents, de parler des choses qui se passent, des choses qui se passent fondamentalement avec la communauté. Alors, sur Internet, on pourra utiliser ce genre de plateforme. C'est intéressant. C'est vraiment la parole avec la communauté.
And I was to believe the person who will make the presentation is online already. Cedric. Okay, Brice, help us and find out what's up. So the next one is sorry. Okay. All right, so while the tech team sorts that out, we have another lightning talk. We are supposed to have 1, 2, 3, 4 in total, but I think we can only take a few. Can't take all the 4 for the sake of time. So CCTLD, Ivory Coast. Who is taking that? Can we have the slides, please?
Okay, bonjour à tous.
Hello to everyone. I am Ms. Kajun Nicole, administrative in charge of. So today I'm going to introduce to you the CCTLD. So, in introduction, we're going to have the definition, the regulatory framework, and the activity register. So let's start with the definition of a domain name. So simply put, a domain name is just like your mail address. And if you are a customer online and your customer wants to gain access to this, so he has to do research for domain name like .ci or .fr for the phones or the extension of your digital domain.
Next slide, please. Previous slide.
Definition of a domain consists of a can refer to a business, to a company name, and an extension. To ask for the extension, they are separated into two. They are generic extension, just like a .com, or geographical extension, just like the .ci or .uf or .ng for Nigeria.
Yeah.
So let's define here is CLD. So just right now, I told you I'm in charge of the administration in CLD. What is CLD? So it's English country. So this is the domain name of firstly in Côte d'Ivoire. We have, as I listed, the .bf, .fr for France, CCPLD.ci is in Côte d'Ivoire since 1999, and it was built by the INPHB, which is a public university. And since 2014, it's under the regulation of RTC. It was made according to the law number 2012-293 of 21st March 2012. So then,
Previous, please. And stay on the slide until she says next.
so as a regulatory framework, we have the law of 2015, which organized the management of CCTLD with the domain of Côte d'Ivoire. So the activity of the register.ci in two parts. We have the administration part and the technical part. So here that the administrative management, the administrative management of CCTLD, we have the register of the registrars are the activities are the partners of RTCs, and the last parts concern the customers. In this kind of management model, it's not only about, so the request of the final customers are strictly transmitted. Sorry, to the so the car in the building, please, you may go out to move your car. So the number is 2599 95. So I say the management model that's CI, and on this kind of model, the Minister of RTC does not interact directly with the customers, so they do the request to. Okay, with the registrar. So next slide. So as I was saying here, the operation of the domain are automatic. And there are two main operations that are being operated, that are registration of the time so as for the management of the training, so the RTCs, the RRTC has not a price for a specific domain. So customer has its own price tag. And see the life cycle of the so to register a domain name in .cy, the search on the website of RTC, and then the life cycle of the so when you register, it's active for 1 year. Well, from 1 to 9 years, or you can so it depends on you in order to keep your domain name. You can also they ask the expiry date. It expired. We also do it at this time. So we mentioned that we call it 60 days, during which you have the capacity to renew your domain name. And after redemption time, if it's not renewed, it's automatically taken away from the .ci area, and you can use it. You can transfer a domain name, you can transfer to another person, and this person will be the holder of the domain name. You can also change of registrar. You can change also from provider. In this case, the provider has to make sure that you at that level. The IFTC makes sure also that make sure you have paid all the bill costly. And finally, you may stop with your domain name at any time, and you don't have the priority over it. There's we have a policy: the first to come is the first served. And if a third person registers, you don't have access to it. Next. So statistically, we have more than 1,000 domain names, and we have an annual growth of more than 20%. 36 register, and we have more than 1,000 operations per month. And we also have the under domain as groove.ci that has more than 190 services, government services in Côte d'Ivoire. Here we have the different cooperation. We have the international cooperation of the register.ci. We are a member of ADO. So we are a member of the International College, which is a French association which have as members some domain names. So the project
avec les registres tels que le
work directly with registers like Point and BF from Burkina Faso, the one from Benin, from the one of Senegal, and also the one from Mali. And here we are going to talk about the technical management of the .ci. The following picture is about the logical infrastructure of DNS.ci. On the first point, we have the server of the server quota, which is the management application, and then the signer, which has been put in place after the setting up of the protocol DNS set, after the .ci set up in 2022, and this allows the zones signals to be safe through the different DNS zones. Then we have the primary server, we have the second local server, local, and also 5 international servers. And we have another casted server which works internationally all over the world. Now, in terms of performance security and infrastructure of DNS.ci, we have an exchange platform and this platform is the quota and the treatment, the processing of the PP are done automatically. Today, if you want to have the domain name, you can call a registrant and have a domain name which is active. The delay is less than 10 minutes, the processing time. Now, for security's sake, we have the implementation of DNSSEC that I was mentioning a short time ago that secure the DNS transaction on DNS infrastructure. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Here, we have to emphasize that we collaborate directly with the exchange point of Côte d'Ivoire, and the exchange point of Côte d'Ivoire hosts on their infrastructure one primary DNS, a second local server, and another web server. Now, in terms of perspective, we plan to adopt a new rule of attribution for the management of domain names and also new registrar and accreditation. We also plan to reinforce the infrastructure of technical DNS in order to assure its availability, contribute to the fight against the violations against DNS. We plan to reach the 100,000 names of domain names by 2030, and we also plan to have a whole campaign of awareness all over the Ivorian territory. Why? Because the .ci, we can say, is the identity of Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you so much.
Merci. Thank you. Can we take a quick question? Maybe one? Please.
D'accord, merci. Kabiro Tairo.
My name is Kabiro Tairo. I just wanted to know about the intervention of RTC about registrar. Because I saw that most of the domain names are for companies and private sectors, institutions, but I didn't see the collaboration with the private sector, because generally when you collaborate with your clients, it's okay. But when we want to reach 100,000 domain names by 2030, but if there is no collaboration with those, how is it possible to reach those numbers? So what level have we reached so far? Thank you. As I mentioned at the very beginning of my words, the management of the .ci is done in the process, in the 3 R's process. So we do not work directly with the civil society, we work with the registrar. In 2016, it was part of a colloquial for the domain name attribution, and that gathered all the stakeholders. So it is based on this meeting that we are now working. But in order to reach those 100,000 domain names, we plan to have a complete program of awareness that will include the private society and other institutions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ivory Coast, you have your country top level domain, .ci. Please, when you set up your next domain, use it in the spirit of keeping content local. Use it. So we have the Afrinic updates already ready to go. Please, let's put it up. Cedric, please.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Okay. I guess we'll get them. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cedric, working for Afrinic as stakeholder development manager and kind of all the technical part. So working with my friend Brice. So my talk will be regarding the relationship between internet member resources and ISP. So first of all, when it comes to internet member resources, one of the major challenges is IPv4. And the challenge that we have is that as Afrinic, so as Africa region, we are the region managing the least number when it comes to IPv4. You see, we have 7.3% of the things that are available for all the areas. So take into consideration that this is not the full IPv4 range because we have the private IPs and also we have the reserve part. This is just the allocated part to areas. And as you can see, area is the most, followed by APNIC and then RIPE, PATNIC, and as the latest in the game, we receive only 7.3% of 7.3 part of the state. And even in those 7.3, there are only 4/8 that we actually receive as Afrinic and that we are allocating from. Right now, as what do we have? This is the statistics for the last quarter, for the Q1 of 2024. So according to the Number Resource Organization, so NRO, at the end of Q1 of 2024, we had 0.068 of a /8 available. And as you can see, it's only Afrinic and APNIC that still have IPv4 space available for allocation. The rest are in LATNIC and RIPE NCC have already run out of IPv4. So when it comes to the 0.068, what is it? It's actually what we have as from yesterday night. We have 1,100,800 available IPs. That's just IPv4. Meaning that we have already used 88.9% of our available pool. And now the remaining IPs have to be shared with those the 2,200 plus. We have 1,262 members that have IPv6, and the two part of the allocation when it comes to IPv4. So in terms of /24, we have 455,000 plus /24 that has been allocated, and in terms of ASN, we have 2,431 ASNs that has been allocated. And this is the global allocation. Now let's look into the numbers just for West Africa. What are the statistics for West Africa? So thank you to ECOWAS for providing this map. So the number of members that we have in West Africa, and this is actually, when it comes to Afrinic, this is where we have our second largest country. So we have the total in the region is 442 members organization. So remember, when we talk about members here, it is organization. This is not individuals. Yes, we have also individual sometimes will get the association members, but I will just focus on the organization. So we have 542 organization members, the end users 178, and the LIR, so those that are doing sub-allocation, we have 255. And when you look at the pie chart on the right, you can see that most of the members are internet service providers. We have also education, so 7.38%. We have banking, which is actually very good, 7.20%, meaning that all those people who have IPs can actually connect to the IXP and local and then share their content locally. And we have 43.54%. So this can be NGOs, businesses. So all the people that are actually using those resources directly and doing any sub-allocation. What statistics is IPv6? This is something that we want people to use IPv6. IPv6 for the region has 238 plus 32 allocations, 92 for end users, and 197 for the LIR, so the ISPs mainly. And we still find it very small compared to the number of organizations that we have in the region. But as you can see, most of the organizations are internet service providers, controlled by government. We have also government 8.40%, telecommunication company, so 7.14%, education 4%, and others 17%. Now, one of the questions that people can ask is, okay, why do you have internet service providers and then you have telecommunication? Very simple. Sometimes ISPs will ask for allocation as LIR, meaning that they are doing allocation. And those that are under telecommunication are actually the one that ask for end user allocation and that are not allocating those that has IP space. The next one is about, IPv4 now. When it comes to IPv4, we have 34,820/24 allocation in the region. The end users, we have 1,700 plus /24, and for the LIR it's 33,000 plus for the LIR. And also, as you can see, we have grouped it per prefix length, and you can see that most of the allocation are actually /22, followed by /24. We have /20, so 9%. We have 8% of /19. We have 6% of /21. We have 5% of /18, and the others are 9%. So as you can see, we still have some members in the region with actually large IPv4 allocation. So this is the consolidation of all the resources that they are receiving. So we are not counting if they've received small chunk through the years of their membership. We are not counting, but it's more grouping of their membership. And now also we want to see grouping the major /8. So which of the /8 are we seeing the most in the region? So first it goes to 154. So this is the prefix that you will see the most in the region, followed by 102, which is 17%. And then you have 41, which is 13%. And then also 196, also 13%. 105, 12%. And the last one is 197, which is 6%. Okay, what are the others? The others are actually either space. So IPv4 space that we receive from other regions as recovered space, or people that actually were part of other regions before Africa and then came back to Africa and joined. Now I have two more statistics and then it will be over. So in terms of ASN, we have 750 ASN in the region, so West Africa, 184 that are end user and 360 that are actually the LIR. And as you can see, the number doesn't match at all. The number doesn't match at all the number of members that we have, for the simple reason that some of the members actually don't have ASN because they are going through an existing ISP. And for this, I actually also advocate for those without ASN to please get an ASN. Not for making money for Africa, no, because we are not for profit. Mainly because if you have your own ASN, then you can participate to ISP. You can connect to the local ISP or any ISP that is available in the region. And in terms of repartition, we can see that most of the people here are internet service providers, followed by 41%, followed by banking, which is actually very commendable. And we have seen in other regions it's mostly ISPs that have ASNs and the others are very floating. But here in the region, we can see that we have banking, education, telecommunication again, and others. So really commendable for West Africa. So also in terms of partition, we have two types of ASN. So for the 2 byte ASN, we have 199, and for the 4 byte ASN, we have 351. So my last statistics is about internet routing registry. Very important because this way the binding will happen between ASN and IP networks. Also important when it comes to ISPs, because this is what will help ISP participants to do filtering. So in terms of adoption, we have 2,714 root objects, so root and root 6, so root 4 and root 6 objects, 222 for end user, and 3,492 for LIR. So you can see most of the root objects are created by ISPs because they are doing a lot of filtering for their customers. And in terms of root 4, we have 3,500 plus. And in terms of root 6, we have 191. So please, the people with IPv6 create more root objects, and everybody else create more root objects. So now, you have to get your own IP resources. It is one of the buzzwords when it comes to government, public education. Everybody is talking about digital transformation. You can't do digital transformation without internet, meaning that you need IP address for your systems that you put online to be available. But yes, digital transformation, it's not only about it's also people, but again, your system needs to be using IP address. And if you want to be the one driving or governing your digital transformation, get your own IP resources, and nobody will direct you. And also, you be connected directly to the ISP available in the region, and for your content to be available locally. So for internet exchange bank, please also be aware that we it because we consider ISPs as internet critical infrastructure. So our
Any eligible entity or organization can get resources for free for the purpose of the ISP. So get in touch with us. We have 423 reserve persons available for the region. We have IPv4 members reserved. So please get in touch with us. And last but not least, our company is support ISP through our program. My colleague Bruce actually spoke about it. The IDP, the Internet Development Program, and we do critical infrastructure technical community development because an ISP cannot develop without a community. We also provide any costs for those who want, like CCTV. We also do training and help desk for those who want to implement either the IR, IPv6, or RDKI. And we also have our DNS support program that we have been using for years to support the development of ISP in the region. And I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much, Cedric. Please, let's put our hands together for the hymn. I think the key takeaways there is that Afrinic is seriously running out of IPv4. So if you already have the resource, instead of leaving it in your drawer, make use of it because some people really, really need that resource to do critical business operations. Also, IPv6 is available. You can also start migrating to IPv6. I know for a fact that Afrinic has a lot of programs to guide you through that migration process, to get you going. Africa, I believe, West Africa specifically, is one of the least region in terms of IPv6 adoption. And for those of us who are IXP operators, especially new IXPs, Afrinic has made provision, reserved resources for you to make sure that your operation continues to go. And they have a lot of programs available to help every single one of their members. And interestingly, while it's like you mentioned, I think I want to reiterate that most people usually shy away from getting this resource because of the cost implication. But when you think about it, this is for the growth of our community, for the growth of the internet, for the growth of interconnection, and most importantly, all the wonderful things that come from it: security, identity protections, and so on and so forth. Thank you so much once again, Cedric. For IXPs free, of course. Yes. I'm tempted to ask any question, but time. Yeah. So Zaid, please, let's take the icon, and that is the last, and then we can talk about the closing activities. Zaid, over to you.
Okay, thank you all, and hi everyone. My pleasure to join remotely this West African independent affairs. Unfortunately, due to agenda constraints. So very quickly, I will give some updates from ICANN, but let me switch maybe into French, as we are in a French-speaking country as host. Donc, mon nom est Yazid Akanho. Je suis.
My name is Yazid Akanho. I am African and I am based in Benin since so many years, and I work for ICANN. So I am responsible of the technical engagement in the African area and in the Middle East. For making sure the technical engagement is about supporting the stakeholders of internet who play a role in the functioning of internet in order to appropriate the standards, the operation practices of management of internet.
For the translation services, I hope it's fine if I continue in French. Sorry.
Yes, that's fine. Whatever language is okay.
Yes, please go ahead. Continue.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Donc, en fait, le
So the role of the technical engagement, like I said, is essentially to support the stakeholders of the region, and it's almost 70 countries that have been covered. So the 54 countries of the African continent, plus from countries in the Middle East, and to also support these different stakeholders to better appropriate the roles and the responsibilities in the technical and operational functioning of internet, but focusing mainly on the system of domain name that we call DNS. And I am glad to know that there was a wonderful presentation of the CCPRD.CI, which is one of the stakeholders I was talking about recently. Compared to my work. So I remember I have supported the PI in an intentional volume which is called capacity building. With our webinars, whether through in presentations, meetings, presentations. I would say globally, 50% of what we call technical engagement. But not only with the register of CCRT, we also have a whole gamut of actors that play a role, an essential role in the function of internet that we're discussing in long and in large. So, for example, the registering bureaus who help us to register in the domain. But we also have internet access providers and the mobile operators. And we have to know that these operators, they offer up to 95% of connectivity to internet. So the mobile operators are really key and important and pivotal people. So we focus on IGA more from the standpoint of ISCA is more on the system of the name of domain. So when the stakeholders or when the players are in need of specific support on issues like IPv6, we we get in touch with our friend from Afini, and it's always a pleasure to collaborate, whether with Brice or with Cedric. Sometimes with our friends from Internet Society, with Guilain, with Jean-Baptiste, and it is a community like the Dawi panel and the Brice panel we discussed. It is more than many players who collaborate. So 2 weeks ago, we were done with the 80 meeting or the 80 meeting, which took place in Rwanda. It was enriching, and Ponsi did a presentation on a workshop that was dedicated to the country code domain. So we have to know that ICANN and organizes 3 meetings a year, because there is a large community which has to gather in order to propel the discussions related to policy of management of internet resources. And when we talk about internet resources, we're not talking about the system of domain, but also what we call internet IDs, so the domain of IP addresses and autonomous. But we also talk about protocol parameters, which we use on our exploitation system. So 3 times per year, twice a year, they gather in different places of the whole world, and we have more and more. We have seen a large African community that is interested in this discussion at the level of the community. So we have numerous days we presented, for example, the results, the outcomes after 18 months of implementation of the great project, the Coalition for Africa, for Digital Africa, which encompasses around a dozen of partners who work on a certain number of the internet development in Africa. So we work with Internet Society, we work with other institutions. And of course, we continue to explore how Affiliate, for example, is going to join us in an official way to join the coalition. But in the framework of our activities, we work with Affiliate. We are also preparing a webinar, a technical webinar in some week, for sure, on the management. La référence de connexion. So how do we manage these credentials? Because we notice a recrudescence of attacks on operating systems, because we have a system that doesn't follow the best practices of the management of the user accounts, which makes some people so they are able to have access to some activities. So on the level of the technical team, we have had a recommendation of 74. One of the stakeholders of the LICAN community, which is called SSRC, the Security and Stability Advisory Community, that is in charge of all that deals with recommendations of the community, but also of the staff security issues of internet. So they developed a document, and we have so many recommendations from which we inspired ourselves to develop, and all the actors which I mentioned the part right now, whether the registering bureaus, mobile operators, but also regulators. We work so much with regulators because they are decision makers. So they are the ones who dictate the best practices and the regulations to follow for each country. And sometimes we collaborate with the Ministry of the digital ministries, for example, institutions ourselves, or cyber security agencies. So this is a whole gamut of actors. So, and everybody will play his role. So we work in synergy. Concerning my work, I support so many countries in the implementation of a security protocol, which is called ISOC, which is implemented since 15 years at the level of the roots. So the protocol is already working, but we notice that Africa is really slowed. So we have 22 countries who are signed DNSSEC on the level of the country code. So DNSSEC doesn't stop there. We have countries like .ci, which have already signed DNSSEC, and we have to plan to go to the next step, which is bringing the holders, the domain name holders, to sign their own. The more we have signed domains, and the more we contribute to the security of internet. And of course, DNS5 only does not regulate all the problems or settle the problem with the different other organizations where we work in order to improve block per block progressively to support the different actors, but also to implement an internet that is more safer for the entire community. So quickly, maybe to bounce on the Coalition for Digital Africa, these are many projects which are today being deployed. And we have, for example, in our current support, we are around 7 CCLTDs that we are supporting for the deployment of NSSEC. And so the recently Botswana through this program could sign once again things they have signed previously. So for 18 months they're going to sign, but for a certain number of reasons we have supported them, and we also hope that they are not going to stop here. that they will continue to support the domain home. The same way we have Burkina Faso and other CCLTDs which have joined, and from now normally to some months we'll be able to open the call for candidates who would like to benefit. And with Internet Society, we also support the implementation or the development, the reinforcement of the operationalization of the exchange point of Internet, which is really important to operationalize the exchange point and ensure that they really play the role for which they were implemented. So thank you also to Internet Society, which does a huge work in order to obtain very prominent results. So we have so many other projects. I won't go in details. We have universal association. We have the deployment of internet server and ASI, and we have so many other projects that we start and kick off.
Cedric, yes. Okay, apologies for the interruption. Since you're not here, it's difficult to signal you, right? But if you could start to round it up.
Okay, just 2 more minutes. Donc, pour finir, si vous...
So to wrap it off, if you are interested in benefiting the support of our team, whether in terms of capacity building, whether in terms of support, in order to ensure that the way you operate with your networks, your infrastructures, DNS infrastructures respect the good practices, you could either send me a direct email. I will send my email address in the chat, or you can get in touch with whoever it is. It could be GB, Gile, or Brice. We all work together. Then there is a program that is called Kindness that permits you to assess yourself on good practices. Then we can discuss it later if you like. Thank you so much. And let's go back. Let's give the microphone to the speaker. Thank you.
Let us please clap for Zaid for a wonderful job. Again, for those of us that are attending a peering session for the first time or who has not been an active participant in the internet community, there are certain organizations we hold at very high esteem because of the wonderful job they do. One of them is ICANN, just like the Internet Society, Afrinic, and so on and so forth, and all the other organizations and individuals who put themselves, their time, and their talent to making sure that the internet works for every single one. Once again, please, let's clap for Zaid. So I would like to call JB. That means we are coming to the closing. So JB will tell us where we are and how we can get this to a close.
Thanks. Bonsoir tout le monde.
Good evening, everyone. I know that we worked really much, and we have a wonderful party that awaits us. But before we depart, it is important for us to look at the statistics. How many people were we able to mobilize for this forum, and to also know where we're coming from and what are the insights. And at the end of this presentation, that will be very, very short. Then we'll be able to take the coffee break, and after that, prosecute with the cocktail that was offered by Orange as a sponsor. If the technical team is good, let's go with the next slide. The closing slide.
Donc,
please, previous slide. So since 2 days, yesterday and today, it was really, but I think we had interesting discussions and exchange, and also, of course, high-level panels. And also you had the opportunity to discuss with them during the lunch breaks and the coffee break. And this was a wonderful moment for all of you. Here, I want to bounce on it on thanking the sponsors. In terms of statistics, so the adventure started in 2021, So it was a virtual meeting, and like you can see, we had 7 sponsors and 391 subscribers or people who signed up. So we couldn't really mention how many people took place, but we had around 391 people who signed up. And we had 60% of online participation. Then in 2022, we had one sponsor added. So now we had 842 people who signed up and 57% of participation online, of course. And so in 2023, our sponsors number went down. So there were 3 for 163 signed up people for 66% of participants. So for 2024, in terms of the decrease in the number of participation, we said, why not try it physically, considering all the debate that were made. So for this year, we can applaud our 10 sponsors who supported us to make to hold this event in person and online. So it is a very good sign for a first trial in person. And in terms of people who signed up, we have 164, 190 who plan to be in person, and 174 who plan to follow it online. So today, with the statistics and the rapid analysis that we did, we have 84% of participation in person, which is around 160. This is what we could assess, and not taking into account some other officials who didn't stay till the end. So this was a very interesting number. And online, we had 45% of participation, which brings us to an average of 79.80. I think we can congratulate ourselves for these performances for a first year, and hoping that next time we'll be able to organize ourselves better, start early, and be able to be more than this number and start to compete aggressively with AFI. So next slide. For the participation per country, on the registration table here, we mentioned we had 15 countries, 15 different countries that were present, which is interesting and which brings us to know that this is not a personal or family affair. So we have 15 countries from and outside the continent. Let's applaud and congratulate ourselves for this first time. Yesterday, there was a match. There were people who won. And I have a feeling that this year, it is the year of our year. So after the football match, I think Côte d'Ivoire is leading in terms of participation. So Côte d'Ivoire won the match. Côte d'Ivoire has won the match once again here. So with 157 people online and in person, followed by Nigeria with 47 people, followed by Burkina Faso, Benin, Ghana, Kenya, and Senegal. For me, is a good performance. So over the 15 countries from ECOWAS, I'm talking about ECOWAS. So we had a wonderful performance here, and I hope that years to come, we will work to have a better participation. And so it's a good start. So you have the proof that the event gets the interest of people who are not from the region, but who followed us online. And so this shows that the debate here was a very high level debate, and the path that we have taken we did not do any mistake next. So like I was saying, we won't stop thanking our sponsors, Amix, Civics, which is the Asian point of Côte d'Ivoire, C-Square, Digital, Flex Optic for the Ghanaians, and one Orange Packs, Ashore Visual Technology, and of course, our local host, which is RTCI, and through RTCI, the hosting ministry. I'm saying the entire Côte d'Ivoire because it is Côte d'Ivoire that welcome us. We are happy to be here, and as Internet Society, we are only a catalyst. So we are just a kind of junction so that everything can go well. Next. We have West African period for this year is over. So the exchange moment we still have, like I say, APFIS, which is the African Period Forum coming up. It will be in Kinshasa, in Congo. So it will be from 20 to 22nd August, and inscription are still open, and call to communication are still possible. If you have a communication, you can still apply. And on over the 50 countries that are present, if you like to shelter APFIS for 2025, the call for tender is also open, so we can still have a competition there and see who's going to win. So I will be happy with the entire Internet Society team, with the coordination with FRS to wake up so many candidates for the upcoming APFIS, so that it can be difficult to choose, and maybe program the one for 2026 start from now. So you can scan this QR code. So the next one, yes, like we said, we are a network, and we don't do the job alone. We have players, like Aziz said, who are working on the intelligence part, so that this kind of meetings can hold. So we have project for the coalition for Digital Africa, for countries, for ACA and Meta. And so if you are interested by the coalition for Digital Africa, or even for the foundation, you can have a calls for funding for community, because you must have a NOC in Côte d'Ivoire that works. So you can use the opportunity there, and also other training opportunities which are possible. Next, I think that was the last slide. I know that normally other more authorized voices will wrap up this session, this forum, but we know that sometimes the agendas are difficult to go on with, but we saw officials since yesterday. We saw the dedication of RTCA to support us in this forum. So this is the avenue for me to thank in the name of the steering committee, and most of them are online. And also thank you to RTCA for giving us the opportunity to hold this forum. It was difficult, but we made it. So let's applaud yourself and ourselves. And the wish is that the discussions that we had, when we meet next year, we may validate, or we may tick so many things that we saw as being difficulties, and continue on reaching for a better internet. So once again, thank you to everyone. Thank you for those who followed us online, who didn't eat the acheke aloko with fish with us, but who didn't drink the coffee that we drank here, but who drank with us virtually. Thank you so much to you all. Thank you to RTCA, to the ministry, and see you soon. Somehow, I hope that the competition will be open, and we hope to see you all with many people for the next West African period. And to wrap it up, we have spoken so much. There will be the coffee break, and the same time followed with the cocktail. It means it is non-stop starting from now. So yes, thank you to the technical team. Sometimes we forget you. Thank you for supporting us, and also thank you for the efforts to correct, and also
Je sais que c'est pas très facile de.
I think it's not really easy to translate into English and into frame the very technical words. Thank you for your support. It was good, and see you soon.
Brother, many a day. Juma Juana Divide. Me Kuma Sebema. Me Jimmy, I no complain. And Grand Suamaba. Me say, baby, I'm gonna go have a TV while me na me burn. Sika so good, ah, umi a drum web.
Recording stopped.